We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for December 17th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources Oil and Gas Division, and it is 10:34 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 32370, continued. Case number 32374, dismissed. Case number 32375, continued. Case number 32376, dismissed. Case number 32295, dismissed. Case number 32377, continued. Case number 32378, continued. Case number 32210, continued. Case number 32211, continued. Case number 32382, continued. Case number 32383, continued. Case number 32384, continued. Case number 32385, continued. Case number 32386, continued. Case number 32387, continued. Case number 32388, continued. Case number 32389, continued. Case number 32392, continued. Case number 32393, continued. Case number 32394, continued. Case number 32395, continued. Case number 32396, continued. Case number 32397, continued. Case number 32400, continued. Case number 32401, continued. Case number 32402, continued. Case number 32403, continued. Case number 32404, continued. Case number 32407, continued. Case number 32408, continued. Case number 32126, continued. Case number 32411, dismissed. Case number 32412, dismissed. Case number 31928, continued. Case number 31929, continued. Case number 31930, continued. Case number 31977, continued. Case number 32301, continued. Case number 31969, continued. Case number 32004, continued. Case number 31960, continued. Case number 31966, continued. Case number 31967, continued. Case number 31968, continued. Case number 31969, continued. Case number 32339, dismissed. Administrative docket starts on page 12 with case number 32411 and goes through case number 31969 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases in the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website in another week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with moving to case number 32369, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Buford and/or Sugar Beet Bakken pools, Williams County, North Dakota, to 1. Establish 2 overlapping lay-down 25 60-acre spacing units described as sections 1 and 2, Township 152 North, Range 101 West, and sections 5 and 6, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, and sections 11 and 12, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, and sections 7 and 8, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping lay-down 51 20-acre spacing unit described as sections 1 to 11 and 12, Township 152 North, Range 101 West, and sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, Township 152 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. Or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this case on behalf of Devon Energy Williston LLC, have 3 witnesses, Brian Carlson, Sarah Jankuska, and Scott Caldwell.
Mr. Carlson,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Brian Carlson, Devon Energy Williston LLC, landman, address 333 West Sheridan Avenue, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73102.
And Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert with respect to land matters?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Carlson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brian, let's start with your exhibit L1. If I could have you take us through that exhibit and identify the requested spacing units.
Yes, on Exhibit L1, we have the field depiction. The picture to the north is the regional locator map of western North Dakota. And then zooming in to the south, showing the proposed spacing units. The north spacing unit comprised of sections 1 and 2, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, and sections 5 and 6 of 152 North, Range 103 West. And the south spacing unit is comprised of sections 11 and 12, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, and sections 7 and 8, the Township 152 North, Range 103 West.
Okay, let's move on then to L2. And if you just have you take us through the working interest in those underlying Devon operated units.
Yes, on Exhibit L2, we have the existing producing spacing units. I'll work them from left to right, starting with the most western DSU of sections 2 and 11, we call the Houston unit, where Devon's working interest is 76%. Moving east to the green Gibbons unit of sections 1 and 12, where Devon's working interest is 77%. Further east to the blue existing spacing unit, the ART unit, comprised of sections 6 and 7. Devon's working interest is 87%. And then the easternmost spacing unit comprised of sections 5 and 8, called the Everett unit, where Devon's working interest is 89%.
Okay. And then moving on to L3, if we just go through your working interest in those, each of the spacing units, starting with that northern 2560.
Yes, the ownership on L3 on the northern proposed 2560 spacing unit, Devon has a majority working interest at 86.24%. Vitesse is the other large owner in there with 6.31%, and the balancing owners owning less than 2%, total 7.45% in that spacing unit.
Okay. And then L4, the working interest in the southern 2560.
On the southern 2560, the working interests are very similar, with Devon owning majority working interest at the 86.24%, Vitesse was 6.31%, and the balancing interest owners owning less than 2% individually at 7.45%.
Okay. And then finally, the last land exhibit, the combined for that 5120.
Yes, on Exhibit L6, the combined 5120 for the lease line spacing. We are the largest working interest owner. Did have a small typo there with Devon Energy Williston at 86.24%, Vitesse at 6.31%, and the balancing interest owners own 7.45%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Carlson, and I would offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brian,
Yes.
you neglected to mention that sections 5, 8, and 17, and 6, 7, and 18 are stand-up 1920s. Is that correct?
There are existing spacing units, yes, of stand-up 1920s. I did not mention that.
So what's going to happen to sections 17 and 18 if this application is approved and those spacing units are terminated?
Yes, so we do have an exhibit in the upcoming engineering exhibits that will show the kind of proposed layout of the development of that area. We have filed for and have a pending spacing of laydown 2 mile, 1,280 acre spacing unit comprised of 17 and 18. That was continued to the January docket.
So why was that continued?
We are filed as an interested party with a lower working interest in there, had discussions with Cord, who also has a higher working interest in there on what their possible development timings are. They are more experienced at what they call their hairpin or their U-turn development. and they were looking into that kind of development, and we continued that to kind of have a more collaborative session and proceed when we had basically a full story to present, or if court wanted to move forward with their own.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jankuska,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sarah, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Sarah Jankuska. I am a geoscientist employed by Devon Energy at 333 West Sheridan Ave, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
And Sarah, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have, yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Jankuska be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Sarah, let's start with your G1. Can you walk us through that exhibit, describe the structure underlying the spacing units?
Yep, that's a structure map of the Middle Bakken with 10-foot contour intervals shown. And so we have a gentle dip down to the east. We have existing well bores that are also displayed on the map. And then I've highlighted the type log, this Anderson 6-1 that we'll see in the next exhibit.
Okay. And then let's move on to G2, which is that type log. Can you walk us through that, explain what you're showing?
Yep. I'm still looking at my structure map.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Thanks. Yep. So this is the type log through the upper Bakken down to the Nisku. With our gamma ray is in the left track, our resistivity is in that middle track, and then our porosity logs are in the far right track. I have our tops highlighted, and then the depths that where they're coming in at.
Okay. I have no further questions, and I would offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Caldwell,
Morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Scott, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Name is Scott Caldwell. I'm employed by Devon Energy. I'm a reservoir engineer, and address is 333 West Sheridan Avenue, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73102.
And Scott, have you previously testified before the commission?
No, I have not.
Can I have you just briefly give us your educational background and then your relevant work experience?
Yes. Yes, graduated from the University of Oklahoma with the Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering in 2006. And then from there, started working full-time at Devon Energy as a reservoir engineer. And I have been working as a reservoir engineer for the last almost 20 years at Devon Energy, performing various roles across various assets and basins.
And Scott, are you familiar with the engineering matters that are associated with the proposed spacing units we'll be discussing today?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move the testimony of Mr. Caldwell be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Scott, why don't we go ahead and look at your E1, and if you could walk us through how you would intend to develop the 22560s as well as that 5120 with the lease line.
Yes. Okay. So looking at Exhibit E1, we're showing a proposed directional well plots, which are with our well plan. So we have the north and we have the south DSUs. Focusing on the north DSU first, we'll have a surface location to drill 5 3-mile horizontals in the Middle Bakken, and we'll be crossing 4 perpendicular existing producers that are shown there in black. Our new wells are shown, proposed wells are shown in blue. And then we move to the south DSU. We'll have a surface location on the west to drill 5 DSU wells and the 1 section well, which would be a total of 6 wells off of that pad. And once again, those same wells will be drilled to cross the existing 4 Middle Bakken producers. And our plan will be to drill these wells, these pads consecutively, so that we can drill and complete and minimize any potential depletion we would run into in the future. And depending on activity, we would at least 1 to 2 rigs, hopefully 2 rigs if it's available to drill these pads, so we can drill them quicker. And we have plans to drill these pads in the near future.
Okay. And then let's move on to E2, and we've got kind of the zoomed out kind of version of your proposed development here, plus kind of the surrounding area. Can you kind of walk us through, primarily to address Mr. Bohr's question, kind of what's going to happen, with these surrounding lands?
Yes. So first, kind of focusing in on the red boxes. Those are the DSUs that I just kind of walked through on the previous exhibit. And then what we wanted to show was what the DSUs offsetting that would look like in return to make sure that we're not stranding any sections. So if we move to the west side, we will have a 3-mile DSU in sections 15, 10, and 3. And then we'll have another 3-mile DSU to the south in sections starting in 14, 23, 26. And then as we move to the southeast, we will have 2-mile DSU in section 17 and 18, which once again will give us an opportunity to develop 4-milers, 3-milers, and then either 2-milers, or depending on where we're at, and as far as U-turn, or whatever the terminology you want to call it, but we usually call it U-turn, that we can drill there, whether it's 2 or 4-mile laterals.
Sure. And Scott, it looks like you are really kind of hemmed in by, existing development that really limits your options. I'm assuming you kind of have evaluated other potential ways of developing this acreage.
Yes, that is accurate. To the north, the west, south, we're looking at existing, recent, modern developments from us and other operators. And so this really gives us the most efficient development plan, so that once again, we're not stranding any sections, and we're not ending up with 1-mile single sections that we would most likely not drill due to just not being favorable economically.
Right. Let's move on then and take a look at your, I guess it's labeled E2, I guess would probably be the next exhibit, though, the wellbore schematic, and just walk us through how you intend to drill and complete each of the wells, the 4-mile wells.
Yes, so what we're showing here is going to be our typical 4-mile wellbore schematic for a 3-string Middle Bakken well, starting with surface casing, 9 5/8 inch, around 2,200 foot measured depth, and we'll run intermediate casing at 7 inch, around 11,500 foot measured depth, and then we will run a cemented liner at 4.5 inch to TD, and we will plan to complete this well with 99 stages of our plug and perf completion design, which would be at our 24 barrels a foot and 1,000 pounds per foot, which is our standard completion at this point in the Middle Bakken.
Okay. And then let's move on to the next exhibit. If you can summarize for us the reservoir data.
Yeah, so with this exhibit, we're going to walk through the reservoir and fluid properties, and really calling out, once again, our producing zone will be the Middle Bakken at a depth of 10,384 feet. And I think the real other important ones are net pay and porosity. So 29 feet of net pay at 6.5% porosity and 45% water saturation.
Okay. And then moving on to the next exhibit, can you take us through what the economics would look like for the wells on these spacing units?
Yes. So starting with the table on top, we're going to walk through the reserves for a single well basis. So we'll have initial rates of 1,560 barrels of oil per day, declining at a 66% rate, with an initial GUR of 1,000 SCFs per barrel, which would deliver an EUR on oil side of 897 MBO, an EUR gas of 3.9 BCF, and an EUR on the MBOEs of 2,058. And on the economics, that will deliver for a single well at an oil price of $65 on oil, $3.50 on gas, at a $10,067,000 well cost, and ran at 100 working interest 79 NRI, deliver a 10.5 million NPV10 with a 62% rate of return, and pay out in just under 2 years at 1.83 years.
Okay. So, Scott, in your opinion, then, if the commission approves these two laydowns as well as that overlapping 5120 for the lease line, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits as well as the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Scott, looking at your E1, the existing wells are all Middle Bakken wells, correct?
Yes, except for the in the kind of the southwest in section 11, it looks like you can kind of see there's really one, maybe it's kind of a directional, kind of vertical, odd-looking well there. That's a shallower Madison, and then a couple of the verticals inside of these DSUs are not Middle Bakken, but all of the horizontal existing wells are Middle Bakken.
Okay. And your target is Middle Bakken. Do you have
Yes.
any plans? What's your plan for the existing wells? Do you intend to continue producing them, or?
Yes. So our plan will be we will shut those wells in, as we drill and complete and frack the new wells, and then once we have brought the new wells online, our plan will be to bring those existing wells back online. We'll clean them out and bring them back on, and that's been our standard process that we've done so far on all of these, and it's worked well. And that's what we plan to get the production back going on those wells.
Okay. And do you plan to do anything special with your completion where you cross those existing well bores?
No, we won't do anything special in consideration with those existing short laterals.
Okay, so no blank stages or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wade, just to
Yeah.
keep the record clear, we have two Exhibit E2s.
Yeah.
I would propose that for the area development, we call that E2A and the wellbore schematic E2B.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. Yep. Thank you.
And then looking at Exhibit E1, the section line well, do you plan to drill that down the section line or will it be offset?
Right now, I would say we will probably offset it slightly. We will, as we get a little bit closer and have like surveys and directional plans, we'll adjust it a little bit. But right now, I would say slightly offset.
Do you know if that would be to the north or to the south?
I think right now, the way it's laid out, we would be slightly to the north.
Do you have any anticipated footage to the north?
I don't have exact footage other than just making sure that it's, not say that, but legal.
Okay, and then you said the development is planned for the near future. Do you have any anticipated spud date?
Yeah, so right now we're looking at, I think it is in the 2020, I'll say near future. Right now it's in the 2029, but I say that with the kind of the comment that we've just brought on the Finn wells that are in this DSU to the south, and those wells are performing really well, and so the plan would be to try to accelerate this quicker, and that's kind of why we're bringing it forward now. But worst case would be 29, but plan would be to accelerate that quicker, and especially if we can have more activity.
Thank you.
Scott, in your Exhibit E1, where are your anticipated surface locations?
Yes, so right now, anticipated is going to be kind of in the north quarter of, I guess, on the western side in section 11 for the southern DSU, and we'll be kind of in that north quarter of that section, just below that kind of that vertical well you can kind of see there, and very similar spacing placement on the DSU on the north. Right now, these are definitely planned as more concept locations. We're still working to tie down and identify and get a good placement for surface, but we typically like to get the surface kind of as close to center in the DSU as we can. But with this being a north and a south, we would want to also try to space them a little bit closer together, just to try to minimize any additional cost waste as we're being able to kind of share and execute both pads at the same time.
On your Exhibit E2, the land was touched on section 17 and 18. Are 1,280 are 2 mile horizontal wells economic in this area?
Yes, we are drilling. We do have some 2 mile wells still that we are drilling, and they are economic. Everything's going longer, and we are definitely trying to optimize on longer, but we're still drilling currently 2 mile wells.
And have you been in discussions with Cord on 17 and 18?
My
Scott has
counterpart
been,
on land has.
I have been in discussions with my land counterpart at Cord.
And your anticipation is, or one of the prospects would be that there might be some type of alternate type of well drilled in those two sections?
Yes. They've actually drilled, they call them in their terminology hairpins, we call them U-turns. We do have concept wells that we are currently planning in the area to execute on. We have not yet, but they have, and saw when we discussed this layout that you're looking at on E2, that would make sense for development on that that 2-section laydown as a 4 mile hairpin U-turn would have superior economics to a 2 mile laydown.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32369. Case number 32370, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sugar Beet Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping laydown 1280 acre spacing unit described as section 17 and 18, township 152 north, range 103 west, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32370. Case number 32371, application of Petra Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Stone View Bakken Pool to establish 2 overlapping 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 1 to 11 and 12 and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 160 North and Range 95 West of County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in each such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC. I have three witnesses in this case. Kate Fitzwater, and Kate is with us in the hearing room. And then I've got Dan Carson and Jason Stengel.
Ms. Fitzwater, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kate, can I have you state your name for the record? Tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address.
My name is Kate Fitzwater. I'm a landman with Petro Hunt. Address PO Box 935, Bismarck, North Dakota 58502.
And Kate, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Can you briefly take us through your educational background and relevant work experience with respect to land matters?
Yes. I have been working, first of all, I have a bachelor's degree in business management from Minot State University, 2005. I have been with Petro Hunt for 15 years as a land administrator, and most recently took over as a landman in July 2025.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with each of these spacing units we'll be discussing today?
I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Ms. Fitzwater be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Kate, let's look at your exhibit number 1. Can you identify I guess it would be the first 2560 that we're requesting, and then your working interest?
Yes, this is a map and working interest breakdown of Township 160 North, Range 95 West, Section 1, 2, 11, and 12. Petro Hunt has approximately 31.75% working interest, Continental with 45.82%, Silver Hill Bakken with 6.18%, and all other parties with 16.239%.
And then moving on to exhibit number 2 and the other 2560 that we're requesting, can you identify that one and your working interest there?
Yes, this is a map and working interest breakdown for Township 160 North, Range 95 West, Section 2, 3, 10, and 11. Petro Hunt is a working interest owner of about 31.9%, Continental Resources 26.7%, Silver Hill Bakken 16.9%, Basin Investments LP 5.2%, and all others 19.28%.
Okay. And Kate, with the sort of the split working interest in these spacing units that you've identified, will you communicate with the other working interest owners with respect to operatorship of the
Yes.
proposed wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I would offer the land exhibits 1 and 2.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Carson,
Morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Certainly. My name is Dan Carson. I am a geologist employed with Petro Hunt LLC. My business address is 617th Street, Suite 2550 South, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And Dan, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the spacing units we're requesting today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Carson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Dan, let's start with exhibit number 3. Can you just take us through that exhibit, kind of describe the structure underlying these spacing units, and then kind of walk us through how you intend to develop them?
Yes, certainly. The exhibit number 3 shows in red and green the 2 proposed 2560s, overlaying the map of the upper Bakken shale. As you can see, we're actually towards the north of the anticline here. You can also see the 2 proposed lease line wells, the 2 water roods. We have continental wells to the west of us and to the east of us, and we are in the unit shared by both of these 2560s.
And let's move on to exhibit number 4. You've identified a type log. If you can kind of walk us through and describe what you're showing in that type log.
Certainly. This is the log of a nearby well, triple combo that shows our porosity, resistivity, gamma, the typical curves we're used to seeing. We have the formation tops of the lower lodgepole, the upper Bakken, the middle Bakken, the lower Bakken, and the Three Forks listed. In this area, the middle Bakken is approximately 65 feet thick with porosity around 6.5 to 7%.
Okay. And that is all the questions that I have for Mr. Carson that offer the exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dan, on exhibit 3, I see you're depicting
Yes.
2 well bores. The west one looks like it's coming from a surface location up there in the northwest of 2. And the other one, I'm not quite sure where that is. Where's that surface location?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's down there in the what would be the northwest. I guess it's the northeast of section 14. You can see on the exhibit 2 wells going north and 2 wells going south. One's brown, one's pink going north. So it's a pre-existing location in the south is where that wellbore is going to come from.
Okay. And then what's the target for the wells? I assume it's the Middle Bakken.
That's exactly right. Both are Middle Bakkens. The pink well bores in here are existing Three Forks wells, and the brown ones are existing Middle Bakkens. And these will also be Middle Bakkens.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Stangl,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Jason, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I'm Jason Stangl. I'm a reservoir engineer for Petrohunt LLC. My business address is 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas 75201.
And Jason, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters that are associated with the requested spacing units today?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Stangl be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Jason, let's look at exhibit 5. If I can have you walk us through and summarize the reservoir data there.
Yes. Exhibit 5 is my Bakken reservoir data. It is as follows. The lithology is dolomite. Bottom hole temperature is 263 degrees Fahrenheit. The oil gravity is 39 degrees API. The gas gravity is 0.97. Gas oil ratio is 1,000 standard cubic feet stock tank barrels. Spacing unit is 2,560 acres. The average Middle Bakken thickness off the log is 65 feet. The average porosity I used was 6.2%. The average calculated water saturation for this area is 56%. The formation volume factor calculated 1.71 reservoir barrels, stock tank barrels. The estimated original oil in place calculates to 20,379,505 stock tank barrels, with the estimated ultimate recovery of being 400,000 stock tank barrels per well, and that makes the recovery factor 1.96% per well.
Okay, let's move on to exhibit 6 then. If I can have you take us through what the economics look like for the proposed lease line wells.
Yes, the Bakken horizontal well economics. The initial production rate I have for these wells is 660 barrels of oil per day. Again, the gas oil ratio is 1,000 standard cubic feet stock tank barrels. The estimated ultimate recovery is 400,000 barrels. Projected well cost is $8,675,250 per well. The lease operating expenses average $16,200 per month for the life of the well. The average estimated royalty burden for these wells is 24%. The NYMEX oil price that I use is 63 flat. The NYMEX gas price that I use is $4 flat. All of that calculates to a payout time of 2.83 years, a return on investment of 1.45 to 1, and an 18% rate of return.
Okay. So in your opinion then, Jason, if the commission were to approve these two overlapping 2560s to allow for that lease line development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 5, 6, and then 7, which is a gas capture plant affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, can I go back to exhibit number 3? I have a question for the geologist.
Yeah, Dan, got a question on exhibit 3.
So looking at where the section line well between 2, 3, 11, and 10 will be located from, it looks like it's a pad off with an existing middle Bakken well that isn't depicted on this exhibit. It's the JVP Melgard well. Is that correct? That there's a missing lateral?
That's right. You're 100% correct. For some reason, the lateral is not shown, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Is that well is going to be built off that pre-existing pad. We can get a corrected version of that exhibit for you.
That's fine.
The surface hole location is there, but for some reason the lateral is not.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32371. Case number 32372. Application of Petrohunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the North Tioga Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota to 1. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 20, Township 159 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 159 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 3. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 159 North, Range 94 West, and authorize one well to be authorized on such unit. And 4. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petrohunt LLC, and have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
They're still under oath.
And Kate, let's start with exhibit number 1 in this case. If you could just identify for us each of those proposed spacing units we're asking for.
Yeah. The exhibit 1 is a land locator map with 6 proposed 4-mile wells. 1 well being in 3, 10, 15, and 22 of 159.94. Actually, let me correct that. 2 being in sections 3, 10, 15, 22, 159.94. 3 being in 4, 9, 16, and 21, 159.94, and 1 being in 16, 21, 28, and 33, 159.94.
Okay. And then let's move on and kind of walk through your working interest in each of those, starting with that 3, 10, 15, and 22, exhibit number 2.
Okay. Section Township 159.94, sections 3, 10, 15, and 22. Petrohunt holds a 54.54% working interest. Continental holds a 15.47%, and all other parties 29.97%.
Okay. And then moving on to exhibit 3 and the working interest in that 4, 9, 16, 21, 25, 60.
Yeah. Petrohunt holds an 89.62% working interest. Hess 3.08, ConocoPhillips 2.83, Oasis 1.74, and all others 2.74.
Okay, and then finally on exhibit number 4, the working interest in that final requested 2560.
Petrohunt was 76.026, Hess with 12.98, and all others with 10.99.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Fitzwater. I would offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right. Dan, let's look at your exhibit number 5. And again, on this one, if you can initially walk us through the structure underlying these spacing units and then take us through what your proposed development plan looks like.
Certainly. So the structure map, once again, is the top of the Bakken. Here we are just directly east of the crest of the anticline. Outlined, you can see the 3 2560 spacing units previously discussed. One of them is in green, 2 are in red, merely to make them easier to see visually. We also show in black the 4-mile proposed development wells, and in green, the 2-mile proposed development wells. Obviously, the reason for the differing lengths is to properly develop with our spacing all 3 units, or you could also look at it as all 5 1280s.
Sure. And then let's move on into exhibit number 6. And if you can walk us through the type log and what you've shown on that type log.
Certainly. Once again, we have another nearby well with a triple combo run on it with resistivity, porosity, gamma. And what we're looking at here is the tops picked of the lower Lodgepole, upper Bakken, middle Bakken, lower Bakken, and Three Forks. And again, in this area, the formation is approximately 65 feet. The middle Bakken formation is approximately 65 feet in thickness, with a porosity averaging across it approximately 6.2%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I would offer exhibits 5 and 6.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dan, I'm trying to figure out where I want to start here. The development that you have depicted, I'm going to start with the second 2560, 4, 9, 16, and 21.
Yes.
The westernmost well that is showing up on 16 and 21, you're showing that on a 2560 from the south, another 4-mile lateral.
Yes, that is right. That's the one that belongs to, how do I say this? Right. So that far western one would be the one 4-mile well that belongs to the spacing unit of 16, 21, 28, and 33.
Has that spacing unit been created?
No, that's one of the ones in this. That should be. Let me go back. That's what is that? Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I see it. My apologies. I read something weird.
Yeah.
I guess with that understanding, why are you looking at the weird and the offset development pattern that you're showing us here? If you're going to put wells on 16, 21, 28, and 33, it looks like that could be developed as a 2560, pretty evenly developed across there, and then you'd just be dealing with your development on 4 and 9 instead of this overlapping 2560 scenario.
Yeah, one of the reasons we've done this is because we're proposing 4-mile laterals. If we develop 16, 21, 28, and 33 as the one that contains, I guess it ends up being awkward, right? No matter how we do it. But the difference is that the drift or the reach we have to do that way, if we make the southern of all these units the one that has the most wells, we have to drift further than we would ideally like to do. Whereas if we do the northern one with the 3 4-milers, we can keep our drift on these a little a little less to make it easier for the operation side of the business, and eventually down the road, the cleanouts if we have to have them.
When you say drift, you're talking the step out from the surface location to the slot you're drilling.
That's exactly right.
So I'm going to shift gears and talk about 310, 15, and 22. You're showing 2 4-mile development on either side of the existing development. And a single well at this point in the remaining 1280 on 3 and 10.
That's correct.
The offsetting spacing unit 1522 has 4 existing wells.
Yep.
Are you anticipating that single 1280 and the existing 1280 well will drain the remainder of 3 and 10?
Yeah, the wells that were drilled and completed in 1522, I think you probably know and appreciate that those were drilled and completed a number of years ago. Those were back in 2014 when the completions were, our completions were not as large, quite frankly, as they are right now. And so we probably needed that many wells to access the reservoir, if not maybe even having over drilled it a little bit. So we feel with the modern day completions, the 3 additional wells up in 3 and 10 with their fracs will adequately drain the reservoir.
Okay. It may not be an issue because you're talking 4-mile development as opposed to the offsetting 2-mile development that was originally contemplated when the stand-up 2560s order that came out back in like 2012, 14496 did require even development on the offsetting portions of the offsetting 1280s. Again, it may not apply because you're talking 4-mile development, but I'm just bringing it up as a issue the commission's going to have to evaluate.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dan, on Exhibit 5 again. Let's do the easy stuff first. Where are your anticipated surface locations?
Yeah, I guess they're not. Well, I guess we'll go with 4, 9, 16, and 21. Those are all 3 coming off a pad in the north.
An existing pad?
Existing. I think on that one we were going to put a new pad in there. No, actually, I have it shown. We're going to do that off an existing pad.
Up in the section.
I'm sorry. You say that again?
In that section to the north must be what, 33?
Yeah, it's off what is the Frederickson pad in the south of 33. And actually, I misspoke, and I apologize. The graphics are a little odd, but it's the 2 wells on the western side in that unit that are going to come off of the Frederickson pad. And once again, this is to reduce the amount of step out that we have for these. And then there will be a new pad in the southwest of section 34 for the easternmost well in the 4-9-16-21 unit and the westernmost well in the 3-10-15-22 unit. So we'll have two well pads to the north there. And then the 2-mile lateral that you see in green in sections 3 and 10, that's going to come off of a pre-existing pad down to the south in section 15. And the easternmost 4-mile lateral in 3, 10, 15, and 22 is going to come off of a new pad in the south of section 34, the southeast of section 34. such that we can just make it a straight shot down as the surface allows. And I guess finally in the 4 mile lateral in 16, 21, 28, and 33, that will be a new location in the southwest of section 9. So it'll come from the north and drill to the south. That's what we envision at this point.
And then your 1280 wells.
Oh, yeah, the 1280 wells, let me look here real quick. I'm pretty sure we said those are going to come off of a pre-existing location down there in the south of 33. Actually, you know what? I might take that back. Let me see. I apologize. I'm looking at my map, and yeah, no, that should be a new location in the south of 33.
What's the timing of the drilling of these wells? Are the 1280 wells going to be drilled in conjunction, or I guess they're not?
Yeah, our current plans are that we would complete the development of these units at the same time.
So it'll be some kind of consecutive drilling plan.
That's correct. That is our current plan.
And with your proposed development plan, would you anticipate, I'll just say on a section basis or a 1280 basis, that the recoveries will be somewhat similar?
I think that one I'll leave to Jason.
Okay.
But my expectation is that our current spacing is, given modern day completions, is the proper spacing to adequately access the oil in the reservoir.
Yeah, that's fair. I get ahead of myself. Thanks.
Yep.
You can proceed.
All right, Jason, let's start with Exhibit 7, and if you can walk us through and summarize the reservoir data for these spacing units.
Yes, Exhibit 7, the Bakken Reservoir data for this field or units. It's as follows. The lithology is dolomite. The bottom hole temperature is 255 degrees Fahrenheit. The oil gravity is 39 degrees API. The gas gravity of 0.93. Gas oil ratio of 1,000 standard cubic feet to stock tank barrels. The spacing unit is 2,560 acres. The average thickness in the middle Bakken here is 65 feet. The average porosity is 6.2%. The average water saturation calculated at 49%. Formation volume factor calculates to 1.69 reservoir barrels to stock tank barrels. The estimated original oil in place is 24,228,731 stock tank barrels. The estimated ultimate recovery for these 4 mile long wells is 800,000 barrels per well, with the estimated recovery factor of 3.3% per well.
Let's move on then to the next exhibit, number 8, and if you can walk us through the economics on the proposed wells.
Yes, the Bakken horizontal well economics for these wells. The initial production rate, 660 barrels oil per day, again with the gas oil ratio of 1,000 cubic feet per barrel. The estimated ultimate recovery is 800,000 barrels per well. The projected well cost is $13,476,460 per well. The lease operating expenses will average $20,000 per month for the life of the well. The estimated royalty burden is 8.5% in this, 18.5% for this area. Again, the NYMEX oil price is 63 flat. The NYMEX gas price is $4 flat. Calculated payout time is 2.66 years. A return on investment of 1.97 to 1, and a 22% rate of return.
Okay. And then, Jason, as you're well aware, in order to establish spacing units, the commission must ensure that the correlative rights of all owners are going to be protected. So let's move on then to exhibit number 9. Kind of walk us through that and kind of explain how we're protecting correlative rights. And I think it'll also address probably Mr. Bohr's question as well as Mr. Suggs' questions.
Yes, this exhibit number 9 is my DSU EUR calculation. I have a series of tables on the left and the corresponding map on the right. We'll start with table 1 just to describe the layout. I have the 1,280 acre parent unit under table 1. And the top left of that table is the Carlson unit. And you have the Carlson, Maruski, Battleview, Muty, and Sutherland. Those positionally correlate with the 1,280 acre units highlighted in red on the map to the right. So again, the Carlson on the map is, in the northwest corner to the map on the right. And positionally, the tables are the same, referencing the exact same units. So starting, table 1 is just laying out the name of the units for the 1,280 acre parent unit. Move to table 2, current parent EUR. Again, starting with the northwest or the top left, you have 329,000 there. That correlates to the parent well EURs in the Carlson unit. You can see in the Carlson unit, you have 2 parent wells, and again, the total EUR for those 2 wells is 329,000 barrels. Moving on, the Maruski to the east, you have 197,000 barrels. It's the EUR for that singular parent well. Moving down to the Battleview, you have 87,000 barrels. As Dan alluded to, it's a very old well. Again, moving to the east again, the Moody unit, the one with 4 parent wells in it, the total reserves there is 812,000. And those are the current reserves as of today with 0 development. And then finally, the Sutherland unit to the south, you have a single well in there at 427,000 barrels of current reserve, current EUR. Moving to table 3, we generally view this entire area as similar to each other. This is the hypothetical parent EUR. So this is the total EUR I think one of these DSUs, 1,200 acre parent DSUs, can generate or produce. And I have that at 1.6 million barrels per 1,200 acre unit. Moving on to table number 4, the remaining undeveloped parent unit reserves. This is simply taking table number 3 and subtracting table number 2 from it. So again, starting with the Carlson unit in the northwest or the top left, you have 1.27 million barrels of remaining reserves, and that's taking 1.6 million and subtracting 329,000 from it. Continuing on, the Maruski unit would have 1.4 million barrels remaining. The Battleview would have 1.5 million barrels remaining. The Moody's just under 800,000 barrels. And then the Sutherland is, 1.17 million barrels. Moving on to table number 5. This is the 2-mile equivalent sticks per parent unit. So of course we're drilling 4-mile long wells, and half of the 4-mile long well is 2 miles within that individual 1,280 acre unit. The reserves for the 4-mile well is 800,000 barrels, and the 2-mile equivalent stick will of course be 400,000 barrels. So this is how many sticks, equivalent sticks, we plan on putting in each 1,280 acre parent unit. So starting with the Carlson, we've got 2 parent wells in there. We plan on drilling 3 4-mile wells through it, of which, that would be equal to 3 2-mile sticks within that parent 1,280. The Maruski, again, there's only 1 parent well in there, and we plan on drilling 3 new sticks, of which 2 are from 4-mile wells, half of a 4-mile well, and you've got the 1 2-mile well in there as well. The Battleview has 4 2-mile equivalent sticks within that 1,280 acre parent unit. 3, of course, are shared with the 4-mile wells to the north, and 1 is from 4-mile wells shared to the south. The Moody, we're only putting 2 equivalent sticks in there. And then the Sutherland, we have 3 equivalent sticks, 1 from a shared 4-mile well and 2 from just 2-mile wells themselves. So what that means is the model, so moving on to table number 6, the modeled undeveloped unit reserves is simply table number 5 times the 2-mile equivalent reserves of 400,000 barrels. So the Carlson would have 1.2 million barrels. The Maruski would have 1.2 million barrels undeveloped reserves. The Battle Butte at 1.6 million undeveloped reserves. The Moody would be 800,000, and the Sutherland would be 1.2 million, which gets us to table number 7, the modeled total unit EUR, which is combining table number 6 with table number 2, and the total reserves. The current EURs plus the modeled undeveloped EURs. Starting with the Carlson unit, be 1.5 million. The Maruski be almost 1.4. The Battle Butte be 1.6. The Moody be 1.6, and Sutherland be 1.6. And this is to illustrate that although we have this odd-looking sort of Tetris-style jagged layout, we are developing these parent 1,280-acre units equally and adequately. Both in that we're hitting what we hope to be the target, all the targeted reserves we think exist, and not overcapitalizing any single unit in particular.
Okay. And Jason, I think your exhibit demonstrates it well, but in your opinion, would this spacing that you're requesting with the development you've described protect relative rights while at the same time preventing waste and preventing the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer the exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
If it's admitted, any questions from the staff?
Jason, on your exhibit 9, table number 2, the current parent unit EUR, that's current recovery, is it? Is that what it is?
Yes, if nothing were to happen, like no future develop, no nothing, we just produce the wells out for the remainder of their lives. That is the total barrels that will have been produced out of that parent unit.
So that is an EUR. It's not current production.
Excuse me?
It is an EUR. It's not current cumulative.
Yeah, it's an EUR. It's not current cumulative.
So that was table number 2 was based on the decline curve analysis.
Correct.
That's all I got until I start looking at this when I start writing more.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32372. Case number 32373. Application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Wheelock Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 310, 15, and 22, Township 156 North, Range 98 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. I have 3 witnesses for this case: Levi Greenlee, Will Yancey, and Matthew Dupree.
Mr. Greenlee. Mr. Greenlee?
Hey guys, is Levi there? Can you guys hear us?
They're both on mute.
They're muted.
Yeah, they're muted on their side. I can't.
We got you guys as muted.
Got somebody from Crack in there.
Yeah, there are some. Brian Lucero's correct. Oh, okay.
Got it. Can you all hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we're sorry. We were in a new meeting room, and for some reason the meeting did not was not. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I think we figured it out.
Okay. There we go.
Mr. Greenlee?
Hold on a second. Sorry. All right, guys.
Nice echo.
Now we got it.
Mr. Greenlee,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Levi, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Levi Greenlee, employed by the Hess Corporation as a senior land negotiator. And I have a business address of 1500 Louisiana Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Levi, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the requested spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony, Mr. Greenlee, be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Levi, let's look at your exhibit number 1, and if I could have you identify the spacing unit you're asking for.
Yep. Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 156 North, Range 98 West. I may have messed that up. Give me a second. Township 156 North, Range 98 West. And in blue are the existing stand-up 1280 DSUs, and in green is the requested stand-up 2560 DSU.
Okay. Well, let's move on to exhibit 2 and take us through the working interest.
Yes, Exhibit 2 shows the land plat with the proposed 2560 spacing. In blue is the Hess-operated Gold-Olson DSU, where Hess owns a 98.5% working interest. And in green is the Hess-operated Go Strahan DSU, where Hess owns a 75.61% working interest, Northern Oil and Gas with 14.88, and others with 2.79. The combined working interest of the proposed 2560 is Hess with 87.28, Northern with 7.29, and others with 5.43.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Yancey,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Will, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Willie Yancey. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a Bakken asset team geologist. The business address 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
Have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the requested spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Yancey be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Will, let's look at your exhibit number 3. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yes. Exhibit number 3 shows the location of the existing stand-up 1280 DSUs outlined in solid blue, and the requested stand-up 2560 DSU outlines in dotted green, with the existing wells marked. And the top of the middle Bakken structure map is displayed in true vertical depth subsea with a 50-foot contour interval, illustrating a southwest dip of the formation within the area of interest. We have a line A to A prime indicating the well locations used to construct the cross-section shown in exhibit number 4.
Okay, why don't you go ahead to exhibit number 4 and walk us through your cross-section, describe what you're showing there.
Okay, exhibit number 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken, and it shows that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Dupree,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matthew, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Matthew Dupree, Dupree. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a Bakken reservoir engineer with a business address of 1500 Louisiana Street, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And Matthew, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can you go ahead and describe for us your educational background and then your relevant work experience?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering from the University of Oklahoma. I graduated in 2020. I was hired into Hess as a reservoir engineer in 2021 and have been at Hess for the last 4 years.
And Matthew, are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the requested spacing unit?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Dupree be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Matthew, looking at your exhibit number 5, can you describe for us how you intended to develop this spacing unit?
So Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development for sections 3, 10, 15, and 22. The dashed green line shows the proposed 4-mile wells to be drilled from the pad location denoted in blue.
Okay. Moving on then to Exhibit 6, if you could walk us through and summarize the reservoir data and economics.
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 4-mile Middle Bakken well in the Wheelock Bakken pool. The expected EUR is around 845,000 barrels with a 3.1% recovery factor. Economics were run at $62 per barrel WTI and a flat 100% working interest. Expected NPV is 10.4 million with an ROR of 57%.
And Matthew, in your opinion, if the spacing gets approved, is that going to prevent waste, protect relevant rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Looking at Exhibit E5, is your proposed pad location going to be an expansion of the existing Olson pad?
It will be an expansion.
Thank you.
Concludes our hearing for case number 32373. Case number 32374. Application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bicycle Creek Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 35 and 36, Township 146 North, Range 100 West, and sections 31 and 32, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, within the Bicycle Creek Bakken Pool. 2. Establish a laydown 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 35 and 36, Township 146 North, Range 100 West, and sections 31 and 32, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes the hearing for case number 32374. Case number 32375. Application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32375. Case number 32376. Application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Grassy Butte, West Butte, and or Trailside Bakken pools, McKenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 6, 7, 16, 18, 19, 21, 28, 30, and 33, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and sections 1 and 2, Township 146 North, Range 100 West, within the Butte Bakken pool. 2. Establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 7, 18, 19, and 30, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 3. Establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 4. Establish an overlapping laydown 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 1 and 2, Township 146 North, Range 100 West, and sections 5 and 6, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Or 5. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes the hearing for case number 32376. Case number 32295, application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Butte, Bach, and Poole, Mackenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 17, 20, and 29, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, within the Butte, Bach, and Poole. 2. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 8, 17, 20, and 29, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32295. Case number 32377, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Chute, Butte, Bach, and Poole, Mackenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include section 36, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Chute, Butte, Bach, and Poole. 2. Establish a stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32377. Case number 32378, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Winter Butte and or Chute Butte, Bach, and Pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as section 36, Township 149 North, Range 103 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32378. Case number 32379, application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the New Home, Bach, and Poole, Williams County, North Dakota to 1. Establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 158 North, Range 97 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping stand-up 51 20-acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, 17, 20, and 21, Township 158 North, Range 97 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit. Or 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC. I have 3 witnesses, Justin Payne, Brian Lucero, and Samuel Fonseca.
Mr. Payne.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Justin, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Justin Payne. I'm employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as a landman. Our business address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Justin, have you previously testified before the commission?
That is correct.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the requested spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Payne be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Justin, let's look at L1 here. Identify the area of these proposed spacing units.
Sure. L1 is our regional locator map showing the New Home, Bach, and Poole located in Township 158 North, Range 97 West in Williams County, North Dakota.
Okay. And then next, I guess we got it labeled L3, but it'll be L2. Can you describe for us or identify the 2560 you're requesting and then your working interest?
Sure. So the 2560 is highlighted in yellow there, sections 5, 8, 17, and 20. Our working interest in sections 5 and 8 with the existing Ellie Rose there is 77.93. And our working interest in sections 17 and 20 is 87.5. For the entire 2560, we have a working interest of 82.72% for the 4 sections highlighted in yellow.
Okay. And let's move on then to L3, that overlapping 5120 and your working interest there.
Sure. L3 is just the 5120 highlighted in yellow there. As mentioned before, sections 5 and 8, we have a 77.93% working interest. 17 and 20, 87.5. Sections 4 and 9, just to the right there, we have a working interest of 95.03%. And then in sections 16 and 21, just south of there, we have a working interest of 74.8%. For the entire 5120, we have a working interest of 83.82%.
Okay. I have no further questions off the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Lucero,
Yes, sir.
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, sir, I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Lucero. I am employed by Kraken Oil and Gas as their geology manager. Our address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Brian, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes, sir, I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Lucero be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brian, if you can look at G1 and describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units here.
Yes, sir. G1 is a structure map based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation. 50-foot contour interval showing general dip to the south. Does show the outline of the units in question as well as the location of our type log.
Okay. And let's go on to G2. Take us through that ISOPAC map.
Yes, sir. G2 is our ISOPAC map for the same area. This is on a 1-foot contour interval. Again, has the units in question outlined as well as the location of our type log.
And then finally, the type log on G3. Describe
Yes, sir.
what you're showing here.
G3 is our type log for the area. It's the OA's number 1. This is a representative log for the units in question.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have. I would offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Fonseca,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sam, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Samuel Fonseca. I am hired by Kraken Oil and Gas LLC as a reservoir engineer. The address is 945 Bunker Hill Road, Suite 1200, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Sam, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony, Mr. Fonseca be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Sam, let's look at E1. Why don't you go ahead and describe for us how you would develop this proposed spacing unit?
Sure. Exhibit E1 is our proposed development diagram outlining the LE wells in green in sections 5, 8, 17, and 20. It's hard to see, but there's also that LE lease line well there directly on the lease line. These wells will be batch drilled. They're all Middle Bakken wells. The pad location will be on the south in section, just south of the section 20 and 29, that area. And estimated spud is third quarter of 27.
Okay. Then if we move on to E2, I think that better shows the lease line well that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, so our exhibit E2 just outlines the whole unit encompassing the 5 wells now. And this will be on the same pad as previously mentioned.
Okay. And I can't remember, did you say, is that going to be drilled right down the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at E3 then. Just describe how you would drill and complete the wells.
Exhibit E3 is our 20,000-foot lateral wellbore schematic comprised of our conductor, surface casing, intermediate casing, and production liner. We do a plug and perf completion with the cemented liner and try to do 167 foot per stage for these wells. They will all be completed the same.
Sure. And then go ahead and move on to E4 then, if you can take us through the reservoir data.
Sure. Exhibit E4 shows some of the reservoir properties, starting off in the initial reservoir pressure, estimated at 5,800 psi, porosity of 8 to 9%, and water saturation ranging from 50 to 70%. We're looking at the spacing unit of 2560 acres and with a recovery factor of 3 to 4%. The GOR, we have it starting off at 700, increasing up to 1,500 through the first 24 months, and then once it goes on rods, holding steady at 1,500. The EUR for these wells is estimated at 735,000 barrels of oil.
Okay. And then moving on to E5, is that essentially the same exhibit? It just accounts for the larger acreage for the lease line unit?
That's right.
Okay. I think we can move on into E6, and if you could take us through the economics for the proposed wells.
Exhibit E6 shows the single well economics for these wells. As mentioned, with the EUR of 735,000 barrels of oil, we ran a well capex of $12.6 million at a $60 oil flat and a $3.50 gas. Flat pricing yields an IRR of 31.7% with a net present value of 10% at $3.6 million. The discounted return on investment for these wells is around 1.34 and payout is 3.5 years. Oil will be handled by Kraken Marketing, gas by Hess Midstream, and water by Hydro Services LLC.
Okay. And then E7, I think E6 and E7, they actually both say 5120, but I'm assuming one of them was to account for the wells in the 2560 and then one for the 5120. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. That's a typo.
Yeah, but there's no distinction between any of the economics on any of these wells.
That's correct.
Okay. And Sam, then in your opinion, if the commission approves the 2560 and as well as that overlapping 5120, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Then offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32379. Case number 32380. Application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Buffalo Wallow Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as section 67, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant access to the relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Kraken Operating LLC. Same 3 witnesses will testify in this case.
And they're still under oath.
All right. And Justin, let's start with your L1. Identify the area for us.
Sure. L1 is our regional locator map showing the Buffalo Wallow Bakken Pool in Township 148 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota. As you can see there, highlighted in yellow is the Buffalo Wallow Bakken Pool.
Okay, and then moving on to the next exhibit, I think it should be L2. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit and your working interest?
Sure. Exhibit L2 shows our proposed spacing unit, section 6, 7, 18, and 19. Our working interest in section 6 and 7 is 64.38%. And then just to the south in sections 18 and 19, our working interest is 76.88%. For the entire 2560, Kraken holds a working interest of 70.63%.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Brian. G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir. G1 is our structure map, again, based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation. This is a 10-foot contour interval map showing dip generally to the northeast. Again, shows the outline of the units in question as well as the location of our type log.
All right, and then looking at G2, take us through the ISOPAC map.
Yes, sir. G2 is an ISOPAC map of the Middle Bakken Formation based on a 1-foot contour interval. Once again, shows the outline of the units in question as well as the location of our type log.
All right, and then moving on to G3 in that type log, can you describe what you are showing us there?
Yes, sir. G3 is our type log for the units in question. It's Travis Lee number 1, shows a representative log across the Middle Bakken Formation.
Okay, I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Sam, Exhibit E1, how would you intend to develop this spacing unit?
Yes, for the exhibit E1, we're showing the 2 Anderson Buffalo 4-mile wells going through sections 6, 7, 18, and 19. These are all Middle Bakken wells. The pad location will be south east of that section 33. So we'll be drilling from the north within the unit. And estimated spud is also around third quarter of 27.
Okay. And then looking at E2, how would you drill and complete these?
Yeah, Exhibit E2 is our standard 20,000 lateral wellbore schematic. As mentioned before, comprised of our conductor surface, intermediate casings with our reduction liner. And we'll also be doing a plug and perf on this well.
Okay, and then looking at E3, can you summarize the reservoir data?
Yep. E3 shows some of the reservoir properties here. Initial pressures at 5,800 psi, porosity between 8 to 9%, and slightly lower water saturation, probably around 50 to 60%. The spacing is 2560, and our recovery factor is 3.4%. Similar GOR profile, scaling up to 1500 and holding steady after the rock conversion. And the EUR for these wells would be 120,000 barrels of oil.
Okay. Then looking at E4, what would your economics look like?
Yes. On the single wellbore economics for Exhibit E4 would be 820,000 barrels of oil. Similar capex of 12.6 million. Again, we ran this at $60 oil and $3.50 gas, which yields an IRR of 97% in this case, with a net present value 10% at close to 7 million. The discounted return on investment here would be 1.86, and the payout is a little shy of 3 years. Bridger will be the gatherer for oil. OneUp will handle gas, and Hydro Services LLC will handle water. And there is a typo here on the title. This should be, of course, not a 2560.
Mm-hmm. So, Sam, in your opinion, would establishment of this 2560 prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 32380. Case number 32210. Application of Marathon Oil Company for an order amending the applicable orders for the Wolf Bay and or Warner Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 146 North, Range 92 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32210. Case number 32211. Application of Marathon Oil Company for an order amending the applicable orders for the Moccasin Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 147 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32211. Case number 31982. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bennett Creek and/or Ranch Creek Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 26 and 35, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, and sections 2 and 11, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP. I have 3 witnesses: Mark Salvi, Adam Mullins, and Will Carlisle. Can't really see the guys. Oh, wrong one.
This is the one that conflicts with Phoenix's case.
Yeah, one second. That's not. That was Forrest. Sorry, Tom. Let's just kind of get there. We go.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne on behalf of Phoenix.
Do you want to address?
I'm going to let the staff make any comments or ask any questions prior to proceeding.
Okay.
So, Tom, you're representing Phoenix? Are you in support, in opposition? What
We are in support of the application and hope it gets approved. Phoenix put on a matching application. That was case number 32406. The first case has been continued several times, and Phoenix would like that case heard. And Burlington is proceeding to hear it. And after it's been heard, Phoenix intends to withdraw case 32406. And we wholeheartedly support it because we want it to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you ready to? I'll call it.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Yeah,
Okay.
but it's identical cases, so I mean.
Okay. Mr. Salvi,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mark, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Mark Salvi. I'm a staff land negotiator for ConocoPhillips Company. Our business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079.
And Mark, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Salvi be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Mark, let's look at L1. If I could have you identify the spacing unit we're requesting today.
Yes, Exhibit L1 shows the proposed 4-section spacing unit, including 147.99 sections 26 and 35, as well as 146.99 sections 2 and 11.
Okay. And then looking at L2, can you take us through the working interest?
Yes, ConocoPhillips Company's working interest is approximately 25% in this proposed 4-section DSU. And then other working interest owners comprise the remainder of the working interest.
Okay. And then Mark, with your working interest being at 25%, obviously, would you be working with the other working interest owners with respect to operatorship of any wells in this spacing unit?
Yes, we would.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Salvi. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Mullins,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Adam, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Adam Mullins. I'm employed by ConocoPhillips. I am a staff geoscientist, and my business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Adam, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Mullins be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Adam, let's look at G1. If you can take us through that exhibit, describe the structure underlying the spacing unit.
Great. Exhibit G1 shows the Upper Bakken Shale structure map underlying the proposed 2560 acre DSU. This is showing a 20-foot contour interval. The Bakken interval here is continuous and low relief in structure. The type log is noted in the southern portion of the DSU in section 11, which we'll see on the corresponding exhibit.
Okay. And then let's go ahead and move on to that type log, which is G2. Describe what you're showing us on that exhibit.
So this is the type log, which is the Watson B N34-11-1H at the southern end of the DSU, as previously noted. The dashed black lines denote the upper and lower limits of the Bakken pool. And then within that pool are noted the common units associated with that pool. Also identified on this type log is the middle Bakken target with the gray star shown.
Okay. And then moving on to G3, can you walk us through what your development plan would look like on this spacing unit?
Sure. Exhibit G3 is our proposed development plan at this time, denoting the proposed wells and potential location for a pad. Also noted is the nearby wells that have been drilled in the particular area.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Carlisle.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Will, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Will Carlisle. I work for ConocoPhillips as a reservoir engineer. My business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Will, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Carlisle be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Will, let's start with E1. Can you tell us how you would drill and complete the proposed wells?
Yeah, so what you're looking at here on this exhibit is a 20K wellbore schematic. We would anticipate to be able to drill these wells successfully with a 3-string well design. We'd complete the wells with a 4-mile long, 4.5-inch cemented liner. In our completion execution, we would likely complete it with approximately 100 stages.
Okay. And let's move on to E2 then, if you could walk us through the reservoir data.
Yeah, so what we're showing here are some different petrophysical properties. I won't go through each line item, but our expected primary oil recovery on an individual well basis is 646,000 barrels of oil. That equates to approximately a 6% recovery factor per well.
Okay. And then how about E3? What would the economics look like?
Yeah, so with an anticipated well cost around just north of $10 million and a realized price of $60 oil, we would expect to generate a positive rate of return of 35% for all working interest parties and a payout of 2.3 years.
Okay. So, well, if the commission approves this 2560, in your opinion, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay. I have no further questions. That offer engineering exhibits and gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31982. Case number 32381, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. 3 witnesses in this case, Keith Swiderski, Ben Dotson, and Caitlin McNeely.
Mr. Swiderski.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Give us one moment. I think we're good.
Mr. Swiderski?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Keith, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Keith Swiderski. I'm with Oasis Petroleum North America. I'm a senior staff landman. Our business address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Keith, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Swiderski be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Keith, let's look at L1, excuse me. Can you describe the proposed spacing unit?
Yeah, so L1 shows the proposed spacing unit, which is a 1920 located in 149-91, sections 5, 8, and 17 in Dunn County, North Dakota.
Okay. And then L2, your working interest in that spacing unit.
Yes, sir. Our working interest in this proposed unit would be 85.4%.
And finally, L3, breakdown of the underlying working interest.
Yes, sir. So L3 shows the 2 underlying 1280 spacing units, which are both operated by Oasis Petroleum. The green one, which is 5 and 8, we own a 78.14% working interest. In the southern one, which is in red and located in 17 and 20, we own a 99.96% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I would offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Keith, if this application is approved, what's going to happen to section 20?
Yes, so section 20, we intend to respace here shortly to include another 1920, which includes sections 20, 29, and 32.
So why isn't that application here before us now?
At the time, we just acquired this asset from XTO, so we're still kind of working out our development plans. But since then, we've kind of made our determination, so we plan on getting in on the docket as soon as possible.
Okay, well, the commission will be reluctant to enter a decision in this case until we hear the other one. Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Dotson.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Ben, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Benjamin Dotson. I'm employed by Oasis Petroleum North America, subsidiary of Cord Energy, as a senior staff geologist. The address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 15, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Ben, have you previously testified before the commission?
No, sir.
Why don't you go ahead and briefly describe your educational background and then relevant work experience for us?
Okay. I received a master's in science and geology from West Virginia University. then worked 2 years at Halliburton Landmark as a geology and geophysics consultant, 9 years as a geophysicist, and then a geologist at Southwestern Energy, working the Fayetteville, Marcellus, and Haynesville. And then had worked 1 year at Chord Energy as a geologist, working the Marcellus and Bakken assets.
And Ben, are you familiar with the geology underlying the spacing unit that we're discussing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Dotson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Ben, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit?
So the structure of the Upper Bakken Shale in this area, as you can see, is dipping to the west, to the southwest, and the average depth in this area for the Upper Bakken Shale is a negative 7,950 SSTVD for the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, let's move on to G2 then. Why don't you describe this ISOPAC map for us?
So the ISOPAC map for this area, you can see that we have a little bit of the thickness in the proposed spacing unit is about 33 feet, and it is thinning to the southeast.
Okay. And then on G3, that type log, what are you showing us on that exhibit?
This type log is a representative log showing the rock characteristics of the proposed spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. McNeely,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Caitlin, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Caitlin McNeely. I'm a development engineer employed by Oasis Petroleum, a subsidiary of Chord Energy, and I am located at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Caitlin, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
I am.
I would move the testimony of Ms. McNeely be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Caitlin, let's start with E1. Can you describe how you would develop this proposed spacing unit?
Yes. So as you can see highlighted in red is the proposed 3-mile unit. The plan is to drill north to south from a pad located on the northeast side of section 5 there in gray. And then the purple sticks are showing our proposed middle Bakken wells. I do want to apologize. I initially attached the incorrect iteration to the exhibit. So what you're seeing printed out, what was submitted, only has 5 sticks. However, what is shown on the screen here is revised to show 6 sticks. And so we'll get that supplement revised out to you immediately following this hearing.
Okay. Let's move on to E2. Can I have you take us through, kind of summarize the reservoir data and the economics?
Yes. So like I previously stated, these will all be middle Bakken wells. They're pretty standard reservoir properties for the area. We're going to have 6 3-mile wells in the unit, and we expect to recover about 760 MBO with an investment around $9.5 million per well and a discounted PR10 of 0.7.
Okay. And Caitlin, in your opinion, if the commission were to establish this 1920, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Caitlin, when's the approximate development date for this pad?
We are planning to spud this in Q1 of 2027.
A question on your economics. If oil prices aren't at 70 and 375 gas, do you plan to still develop it in that time frame?
Yes, we still do. with us tilling at more the end of 2027, we feel really confident with what we have in here for our economics. But regardless, we do run sensitivity pricing analysis. So confident that regardless of what we do, they're going to be economic here.
Is that pad location a new build pad?
It will be a new build, yes.
And will all 6 wells come off that pad?
Yes.
I know I'll maybe follow up to the question Mark asked, but the development to the south, is that going to be in conjunction, or would you guys like that to be in conjunction with this?
We haven't finalized our development plans with that yet, so I can't say for certain, but it's something that we'll be evaluating here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Caitlin, you've indicated a request for 6 wells to be on the spacing unit. I believe the application and the caption and the advertisement were all for 5 wells in the spacing unit. I'm not sure if we'll be able to grant 6 or not, but
Okay. The cover page that I was looking at was 6, so that's what I was going off of, but we'll definitely check into that and figure that out and get back with you guys on that.
Yeah, Caitlin, your exhibit E1 shows 5 wells. Your application is for 5 wells, and your original oil in place says 5 wells. So where's the 6th well coming from?
I am not sure. I was aware that I had put 5 on the E1 and E2, but they were supposed to be 6. And the cover page says 6.
Okay, well.
Yeah, if anything, we're okay with going ahead with the 5, and we'll apply for increased density if we would need to.
Yeah, you can do the same time you apply for the south spacing unit.
Yes.
Are you familiar with section 9?
Yes.
So that currently is a laydown 1280. I don't have what the development plan was for that in front of me. It looks like so is Oasis planning on developing sections 3 and 4?
Yes, 3 and 4, we have those on our near-term development plans, actually, 2026.
And then section 9, is that, who operates that well?
That is a WPX operated section.
So do you know what the development plans are for section 9?
We have not had any discussions with WPX about their plans. At least I have not, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Wait, it sounds like they can supplement the record in a day or two. Is the 19th good enough to keep the record open?
What are we supplementing?
One of the witnesses said that they're going to supplement something. I don't recall. The last one, I think it was Caitlin.
Oh, that would be. I think she was talking about the map with the showing reflecting the 6 well sticks. But if we have to,
no, it was before that.
Yeah, correct. It was just showing the 6 sticks, so we don't need to supplement.
Yes, I mean if we have to file for increased density anyway, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 32381. Case number 32382. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth and/or Big Stone Bakken pools to establish 2 overlapping laid-on 1920-acre spacing units described as Section 1, Township 159 North, Range 98 West, and Sections 5 and 6, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, In Section 12, Township 159 North, Range 98 West. In Section 7 and 8, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each subunit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32382. Case number 32383, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order suspending and after hearing revoking permits issued to Spotted Hawk Development LLC for the drilling of the Moose 6-6-MB well, Moose 6-7-TF well, Moose 6-8-MB well, Moose 6-2-MB well, Moose 6-3-TF well, Moose 6-4-MB well, and Moose 6-5-TF well, all in a spacing unit for the Deepwater Creek Bay Bakken Pool, consisting of sections 1, 2, and 3, Township 150 North, Range 91 West, McLean County, North Dakota, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes hearing for case number 32383. At this time, we will take an hour break for lunch, return at 1:40 p.m. We're off the record. We're back on the record. It's 1:40 p.m. We'll resume with case number 32384, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order to suspend and revoke the Bach 1931-1BHN well, Bach 1931-2BHN well, Bach 1931-3BHN well, and Bach 1931-4BHN well, with surface locations in the northwest-northeast quarter of Section 19, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, for the spacing unit comprising Section 31, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, and Sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, to the Daneville Bach and Pool, to Lake County, North Dakota, and or such further reasons may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32384. Case number 32385 in the matter of the application of Phoenix Energy 1 LLC for an order barring Rockport Energy Solutions LLC from assessing a risk penalty against Phoenix Energy 1 LLC for the drilling and completing of the Mary Carson 8-51H well in Merritt 18-19-30 4H well, both with a surface location excuse me, in Section 18, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, Ranch Creek, Bach and Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and such other relief as appropriate. Case has been continued indefinitely. That concludes our hearing for case number 32385. Case number 32386, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth, Wild Rose, Bach and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 6 and 7, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, divide in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32386. Case number 32387, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth, Wild Rose, Bach and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 5 and 8, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 29 and 32, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, divide in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32387. Case number 32388, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth Wild Rose Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 3 and 10, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 27 and 34, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, divide in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32388. Case number 32389, Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Corinth, Wild Rose, Bach and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 2 and 11, Township 159 North, Range 97 West, and sections 26 and 35, Township 160 North, Range 97 West, divide in Williams Counties, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32389. Case number 32390, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Berg, Bach and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 160 North, Range 99 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested party, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming. Appearing on behalf of the applicant, we have 3 witnesses that are here in person and will appear in all of the Phoenix cases. Mark Johnson will be the land witness, Topher Lewis will be the geology witness, and Eric Shivy will be the engineering witness.
Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do.
Mark, briefly state your name and work address for the staff.
Mark Johnson. My address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating Company, and I am Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with all of the lands that are subject to all of the applications today?
I am.
Ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the lands that are subject to this application?
Exhibit 1 is just our zoomed out regional map. You can show the proposed or see the proposed spacing unit outlined in red in the south of Divide County, North Dakota. Usually on these exhibits, we have our other areas where we have DSUs, but this is in an area where we've drilled numerous wells over the last couple of years. Exhibit 2 zooms in on the proposed spacing unit of 2560 acres of sections 2, 11, 14, and 23 of Township 160, Range 99. You can see there's an existing Petrohunt well in 14 and 23, and Phoenix's current working interest in this proposed 2560 is 24.8%.
And if the commission approves this application, will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners in developing this proposed spacing unit?
We will.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit that I believe is exhibit number 8?
I did.
I would ask that exhibits 1, 2, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, is Phoenix the majority working interest owner in the spacing unit? And
we are not.
Do you know who is? And could you share that?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I would say Petrohunt probably up there pretty close. They probably control most of 14 and 23.
Have you guys had conversations with Petrohunt?
We have not had direct conversations about this spacing application, but in general, we've done lots of deals with them in this area, and that's how we've gotten most of our additional acreage up here is by doing trades with them. So I would imagine we would be engaging with them very quickly.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Lewis, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Topher, would you please state your name and work address for the staff?
Topher Lewis, 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And would you spell your first name for the staff?
Yes, Topher is Tofer.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Phoenix Energy as a geologist.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in petroleum geology?
Yes, I have.
And been accepted as an expert witness?
Yes.
And for whom and on behalf did you testify as an expert in petroleum geology?
Enerplus Resources, where I was employed by them from 2012 to 2024.
And are you personally familiar with all of the lands that are subject to all of the applications on the docket today?
Yes.
I would ask that Mr. Lewis be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 3, would you explain the structure map?
Yes, Exhibit 3 is a geologic structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale. The contour interval is 20 feet, and the structure in this area is dipping to the south.
Okay, and on that map, do you have a type log labeled?
Yes. In addition to the structure, we also have a 2-well cross-section from A to A prime. And for this particular exhibit, the type log is the A prime well on the right.
Moving on to Exhibit 4, would you please describe the type log as well as the cross-section?
Yes, in Exhibit 4, A to A prime is a 2-well cross-section with the type log. The logs that are used for both wells, gamma on the left, resistivity, and then porosity on the right. And in this particular instance, for this case, we're using the Federal 124 for the type log. And at the bottom, you can see a table that has the reservoir properties derived from that well,
and they're later used in the volumetrics and the economics.
And for the record, is the proposed spacing unit imposed in red on Exhibit 3?
Yes.
I forgot to ask you that question.
Yes, the proposed 2560 is on Unit 3.
I would ask that Exhibits 3 and 4 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Chofer, on your exhibit 4, the
Yes.
type log or the cross section, just noting the interval you have identified as your middle Bakken target.
Correct.
It's kind of at the lower portion of the middle Bakken, not where we've seen often targeted. Just confirming that is your intent to target the lower middle Bakken in this case.
So it's within the middle Bakken, but it's just the lower portion of the middle Bakken, and that's where Phoenix finds the most optimal to draw.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Shibby, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do. Eric, would you please state your name and work address for the record, and also for whom you work and in what capacity?
Yes, my name is Eric Shivy. I work at 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237 for Phoenix Operating LLC. I am the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering by this commission?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with all the lands that are subject to all the applications before us today?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Shivy be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 5, Eric, would you please describe the anticipated wellbore diagram for Phoenix?
Yes, Exhibit 5 is our standard 3-string casing design we use in the Williston Basin. 4.5-inch liner cemented in place. We complete via plug and perf. 4-mile laterals are typically, on average, 110 stages at 1,000 pounds per foot.
And generally speaking, is this wellbore diagram applicable to the wellbore diagrams we'll be talking about?
Yes.
Any other hearings?
In the other hearings, correct, Tom.
Moving on to Exhibit 6, would you please describe your proposed development for this spacing unit?
Yes, in Exhibit 6 here, we're showing our anticipated pad location on the south part of Section 23, drilling south to north. We're applying for 5 4-mile laterals, which would be evenly spaced. Setbacks are 500 from the laterals. Lateral lines. We'll be drilling 550 feet off to give us room for 50-foot buffers on both east and west. I also denote that Petro Hunt well and the cumulative volume totals through October of this year.
And moving on to Exhibit 7, describe the wellbore economics.
Yes, the top table is the parameters used in our ARPS equation, defining the type curve. Average GOR anticipated about 1,100 SCF per barrel. That yields an EUR of 710 MBO and about 780 MMCF of gas. Anticipated recovery factor for this DSU would be approximately 22%.
And you utilize the reservoir parameters described by Mr. Lewis on Exhibit 4?
That's correct. I believe it's 70.1 or 7.2 million stock tank barrels of oil per 640.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the recovery of oil by the existing Petro Hunt well. You described on Exhibit 6.
Yes, I didn't testify exactly to that number, Tom, but I can tell you it's right around 3% of the oil in place in that 1280. So to be clear, that would be in sections 14 and 23. It recovered about that amount.
And do you believe that that existing well would adversely impact the economics of development in this proposed spacing unit?
We do not.
I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibit 6 and 7 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
I didn't cover economics.
Eric, when is the planned development date? Maybe you said it.
Approximately first quarter of 2027 would be we would batch drill and complete this unit.
Do you guys have gas infrastructure in the area? I know you have an affidavit here, but I'm curious if you actually have gas takeaway
I would like to defer to Mark on that question, if I may.
Yeah, when we started in this area, we initially had signed up with One Oak. They had bit off a little bit more than they could chew, so we've been kind of in flux the last year and a half. But One Oak has come back to us finally with some more favorable proposals to get this whole area tied into get infrastructure. So we're pretty excited about that. But they don't move the quickest. But at least we've got them on the hook with a contract that we're currently reviewing.
Mark, do you have other acreage in the area that you intend to tie in?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we've drilled probably 40 wells in this area. Only a handful connected to the One Oak system before it tapped out. So yes, everything will be new wells, and wells we've drilled in the last 12 months will be connected.
Where's the nearest One Oak line from here?
It's very close to this. I mean, so basically, it's very close. It's right in the area.
Okay. Then Eric, on the net oil price, so that's your net price that's ran. That's not a $60 WTI. That's expected wellhead price.
No, let me be clear on that. I'm sorry I didn't cover this second table. That's $60 WTI. We still take a deduct off of that. So approximately $54.60 is the realized price that I'd be running at.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I failed to have Mr. Shivik go through the economics. And with a follow-up question, I'd like him to describe the anticipated economics for the 4 mile lateral.
Good.
Sure. This is, again, $60 flat oil, $4 per MCF of gas. Anticipated drill and complete costs right around $12 million per well. Variable OpEx averaging $5 per barrel, $7,500 per well per month. I'm assuming 8/8 economics here with a 20% royalty. Net income of approximately $23 million, a PV10 of $4.3 million. Undiscounted return on investment of 1.92, internal rate of return of 25%, a payout of approximately 33 months.
Have no further questions.
Anything more from the staff? Okay, that concludes your hearing for case number 32390. Case number 32391. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Berg Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 160 North, Marine County 9 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granted such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating, have the same 3 witnesses, and for the staff's benefit, this application is next door to the last application, so the testimony will be very similar, and I will speed it up where appropriate.
And they are still under oath.
Mark, would you please begin by describing this proposed spacing area on Exhibit 1?
Again, Exhibit 1's our zoomed out map of the area. You can see the proposed DSU outlined in red in southern Divide County. As you go to Exhibit 2, you can see it's sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 of 160.99. And like Tom said, it's just right next door to the unit we just spoke about. Quite similar situation, Petrohunt well in 15 and 22, and Phoenix currently owns 28.8%.
And I assume that Phoenix will cooperate with the other working interest owners in developing this proposed spacing unit?
We will.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit as Exhibit 8?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, has Phoenix had any conversations with Petrohunt about this?
Not these last 2 cases directly, but as I stated earlier, we've done quite a few deals with them in this area, so we have a positive feeling that they'll be receptive to to another trade with us. So that's what we've been doing, is trading acreage and other locations with them. But to this date, we have not reached out to them on this particular case.
You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, moving on to Exhibit 3. Other than the outline of the proposed spacing unit, is this exhibit any different than what we had in the prior hearing, 32390?
It is not. It's a very similar structure map, and we're using the exact same cross section and type well.
And Exhibit 4, do you have the same description here as with the last hearing?
Yes, we do.
I would ask that Exhibits 3 and 4 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Shivy, is Exhibit 5 the same wellbore diagram that we heard in the last hearing?
Yes, exactly identical.
And using Exhibit 6, explain any differences in the development plan for this proposed unit than in the last proposed unit.
This is a very similar layout as the previous case. I just have the producing well with just the different volumes that have cummed to date.
Okay, and then are the well economics anticipated to be the same in this well as the last well?
Yes, these are identical economics to the previous case. I would add, I think I misspoke in the last case. It's about 7.9 MMBO per 640, but I still was correct on the 20 to 22% recovery factor. Have you analyzed what effect, if any, the existing well will have on the economics of this proposed well? Yes, again, this 2-mile lateral is produced about 3% of the oil in that original 1280 in sections 15 and 22.
And it does not render this proposed spacing unit uneconomic?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, I would ask that Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, I believe you testified to in the previous case, but I want to make sure I've heard it right.
Sure.
Your outside wells are located how far off the spacing unit boundary?
They would be 550 feet lateral setbacks from the west and east.
Thank you.
Sure.
Eric, when is the planned development date of this? If you considered, I apologize.
Oh, no, I don't think I did state this. This would also be in Q1 of 2027, as it currently sits on our drill schedule.
And the pad location will be a new build?
It would be a new build, correct.
Thank you.
Sure.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32391. Case number 32392. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24. Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32392. Case number 32393. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32393. Case number 32394. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandal Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32394. Case number 32395. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandall Block and Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 32395. Case number 32396. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool to 1, extend the field outline to include sections 15 and 22, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool. 2, establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32396. Case number 32397. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool to 1, extend the field outline to include sections 16 and 21, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool. 2, establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described in sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32397. Case number 32398. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool to 1, extend the field outline to include sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool. 2, establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, again for Phoenix Operating. I have the same 3 witnesses for this case.
And they're still under oath.
Mark, using Exhibit 1, describe the lands that are subject to this application.
Again, Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out regional map. You can see the proposed DSU outlined in red in the southwest corner of McKenzie County, North Dakota. As you zoom into Exhibit 2, you can see that the outlined DSU in red on the previous exhibit is sections 5, 8, 17 and 20 of 148-103. No wells currently in the unit, proposed unit, and Phoenix currently has a 27.4% working interest.
And as with other cases, does Phoenix anticipate cooperating and contacting the other working interest owners to develop this spacing unit?
We do.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit attached as Exhibit 8?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Mark, is there a significant amount of federal land in this spacing unit application?
Yeah, we're moving toward that. That's what this case and the next case are kind of moving toward that area. We obviously had a lot of things that have been continued, as well as some other operators. So we kind of all put this stuff on at the same time, and we've all started discussions about who's doing what and how stuff is getting spaced out. After vetting that out the last few days, these are 2 spacing units that I think most of us have agreed that could stay on. But yes, there is lots of federal acreage in the area.
Have you guys nominated that with the on the federal side yet?
I don't believe so.
If you nominate and don't get the lease on that, does that prevent Phoenix from developing this particular acreage?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Topher, would you describe the structure map in this area as Exhibit 3?
Yes, Exhibit 3 is a geologic structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale at 20-foot contour interval, and in this area it's dipping to the northeast. In addition to the structure map, I also have the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit outlined in red, and the gold line is for the 3-well reference cross-section, and the type log is the well in the middle.
Moving to Exhibit 4, please describe the cross-section, the type log, and also give the staff the anticipated reservoir properties.
Yes, Exhibit 4. In the top, you have the reference cross-section, the 3-well reference cross-section. Again, very similar to the previous exhibits, gamma ray resistivity and porosity. In addition to that, you can see the formation tops that we use in the area, and the little green bracket shows Middle Bakken interval and where Phoenix plans to drill. The type log is the well in the middle in this case. It's the Nygaard 1-31. And below you can see the table of the properties that were used. The initial reservoir pressure, approximate TVD, porosity of 7.7%, average SW of 54%, thickness around 27 feet, the BO, and the estimated oil in place per section of about 3.2. And these are the properties that are used for the upcoming exhibits.
Okay, I ask that Exhibits 3 and 4 be admitted to the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
So for on your Exhibit 4, the gross average thickness that you're indicating in the bottom table there,
yeah,
is that for your target interval that you're actually looking at placing your wellbore in, or is that for the full Middle Bakken?
It's for the full Middle Bakken.
Yeah, I mean, at a glance, looking at the type logs and the logs here, I'm looking at 40 to 50 feet thickness.
You can see quite a bit of variability around here.
Yeah.
And when that variability comes up, sometimes it's better to err a little bit thinner, but I'd have to go back and check exactly the data to make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Shivy, is Exhibit 5 the same wellbore diagram that's been presented in the prior cases?
Yes, 3-string casing design. Correct.
Okay, going to Exhibit 6, please describe the development program for this proposed spacing unit.
Yes, we've put the pad location in the bottom part of section 20 in the middle of the bottom part of the section, but in all honesty, we don't know if we'd be drilling the south to north or north to south yet. It's still far out there on the drill schedule, so some work to come on that. But we would plan to batch drill these 4-mile laterals. Setbacks again would be 550 feet lateral setbacks to the west and east, and then evenly spaced in between.
And moving on to Exhibit 7, please describe the reserves and the economics you anticipate for each well.
Yes, the ARPS parameters are listed above in the first table. GOR for some wells in this area are about 2,000 SCF per barrel of oil. That yields an EUR of 730 MBO and about 1.4 BCF of gas per well. This recovery factor is approximately 23 to 24% of the DSU. And as Topher said, we're erring on the side of conservatism. This is what we call our grasslands area and would be a new area of development for Phoenix. We would be planning to drill our first DSU in this area, I believe, in Q2 of next year. The gross economics below, again, we're running at $60 oil WTI, $4 MCF Henry Hub, DNC cost approximately $12 million per well, and 8/8 economics, assuming a 20% royalty, is net income of $24 million undiscounted, a PV10 of $4.8 million, undiscounted return on investment of 2.01, internal rate of return approximately 29%, and a payout of 30 months approximately.
And you used the reservoir properties that Mr. Lewis described on Exhibit 4?
Yes, correct. 3.2 mm stock tank barrels per 640.
I would ask that Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, I just have one comment. I guess I just have to ask. So on your Exhibit 6.
Yes, sir.
You went to the trouble to put a scale on here, and then nothing's to scale.
Apologize for that. That's a good catch. I actually noticed that too, as well. I'll get that corrected in the next hearings in January. I think I'll just fess up. I think you'll see that in a number of these coming up.
Okay, thank you. Eric, on your Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir.
How far away are the wells that you're utilizing to come up with your numbers for these economics?
Like the GORs and type curves, they are like within. It's approximately 2 townships to the way, and honestly, towards the northeast, going down dip into the basin. And there's really not been much 4-mile development here. I think I found a few 3-milers that have been recently put online. The only real confidence is I try to garner a reasonable recovery factor, and GOR, well, it's pretty easy to nail down. But the type curve, I would say, is a little. I try to err on the side of conservatism.
And gas infrastructure in the area, I guess, Mark, is this a question for you?
Yeah, I mean, we're in discussions with a couple different companies that want to do stuff over here. It's kind of the same midstream story as always. Which comes first? They're waiting for us to do something and get committed before they get comfortable. But yeah, we're in discussions with folks in this area.
Okay. And Eric, back to you. There was I think you made the comment that this was coming up in Q2 2026. Is it this particular spacing unit that you plan to develop in the grasslands area, or a different spacing?
I apologize. That is a different spacing unit that's coming up. And honestly, Nate, this one, because of the fed acreage and everything, it's not on our eminent drill schedule.
Yeah.
We're just coming here today to get approved spacing.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32398. Case number 32399. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep Butte Bakken Pool. 2. Establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. And we have the same 3 witnesses. This application is on lands adjacent to the last application. So where there's similarities, we'll quickly go through the exhibits.
They're still under oath.
Okay, Mark, using Exhibit 1, would you please describe the contents of this exhibit and the proposed spacing unit?
Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out regional map showing the proposed DSU in the southwest of McKenzie County. Exhibit 2 shows that it in detail is 6, 7, 18, and 19 of 148, 103 in McKenzie County. This is an interesting one. Phoenix actually owns 0%. So I did get a note, Nathan, that all this federal acreage has been nominated. So that is in the works. And again, lots of continued cases as we're working this stuff out. So this is just one that everyone just decided to leave on because it was something that everyone was in agreement with, even though Phoenix owns 0%. I don't necessarily have copies for everyone, and this will be brought up in January, but we have our development plan, how we like to see the area, which may or may not be in conflict in January by the time another month goes by. But again, this is just all the other areas were kind of contested. These were 2 units that everyone was kind of in agreement on just to continue them to go forward.
And when and if Phoenix obtains a working interest, that's not all of the working interest in this spacing unit, would you, like in other cases, work with any other working interest holders that may exist in this proposed unit?
Of course, yes.
I would ask that Exhibits 1 and 2 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
And 9 or 8.
Mark, is this acreage?
Oh, exhibit, yeah.
Sorry.
My apologies. Did you execute Exhibit 8?
I did.
Okay. My apologies. I'd like admission of Exhibit 8 as well.
That's admitted as well. You can go ahead, Nathan.
Mark, you indicated that the acreage had been nominated. Has it been nominated by Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Mark, it looks like in this space unit, approximately everything except the east half, northeast 18 is federal.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, moving on to Exhibit 3, would you please describe that exhibit and explain any differences from the prior hearing of 32398?
Exhibit 3, again, is the geologic structure map with the proposed 2560 spacing unit outline. It's basically the same structure map from the previous case and the same reference cross-section and type well.
And this proposed spacing unit is imposed on this structure map.
Correct.
Moving on to Exhibit 4, is this the exact same exhibit as we had in the prior case?
Correct. Exhibit 4 is the same reference cross-section, type well, and reservoir parameters in the table below from the NIGAR 1-31.
Ask that Exhibits 3 and 4 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Eric, Exhibit 5, is that the same diagram that we have seen in the prior hearings?
Identical to other cases.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 6, please describe the proposed development plan, and you might highlight your anticipated distances from the east and west line as well as inner well distance.
Okay, yes, this is identical really to the previous case, 32398. 4 wells anticipated in the unit drilling south to north. There'd be 550-foot setback from the lateral to the west and east. Inner well spacing, I believe, I don't have a calculator on here, is 1,300 feet approximately between wells. I'd have to check that. Yeah, that's all I have on this exhibit.
And 7, are the well economics described here the same as they were in case 32398?
They are. This is an identical table to the previous case.
I would ask that Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, I thought I heard you say you were going to anticipate drillings from north to south, or did I mishear that?
I'm sorry, Mark. Let me back up. We're depicting the pad location in drilling south to north, but again, as in the previous exhibit, it's too early to tell where our surface location would be.
If my math is correct, it's 1393.
I was just doing that calculation here. Too many numbers in my head, but yes, you beat me to it.
Mark, just a quick question on the federal acreage. Was all of the federal acreage in this 2560 nominated by Phoenix?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32399. Case number 32400, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondack Bakken Pool to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Mondack Bakken Pool. 2. Establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and sections 3 and 10, Township 147 North, Range 103 West, Kenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, and grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32400. Case number 32401, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Mondack Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 28 and 33, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, and Sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit to grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32401. Case number 32402. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Winter Butte Cathmere Yellowstone Bakken Pool to establish 12 stand-up 1920 acre space units described as sections 112 and 13, sections 211 and 14, sections 310 and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, sections 5, 8, and 17, sections 6, 7, and 18, sections 19, 30, and 31, sections 20, 29, and 32, sections 21, 28, and 33, sections 22, 27, and 34, sections 23, 26, and 35, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 149 North, Range 103 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such units or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32402. Case number 32403. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bicycle Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 112 and 13, Township 145 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32403. Case number 32404. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Bicycle Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 24, 25, and 36, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. This concludes the hearing for case number 32404. Case number 32405. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described as sections 14, 23, 26, and 35, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. The same 3 witnesses for this case.
They're still under oath.
Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the lands that are pertinent to this application, including the proposed spacing unit.
Exhibit 1's our zoomed out regional map. You can see the proposed spacing unit outlined in red in 14699. As you go to Exhibit 2, you can see in detail that it's sections 14, 23, 26, and 35. This proposed spacing unit is just south of the Burlington case you heard earlier where we had a competing application. So this area is on our radar of drilling. You can see at the bottom of Exhibit 2, Phoenix currently owns a 63.6% working interest.
And previously, you'll work with the other working interest owners in developing this spacing unit?
That's correct.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit as Exhibit 8?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Mr. Lewis, describe the structure map in this area using Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 is a geologic structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale, a contour interval of 20 feet. In this area, it's dipping to the north. In addition to the structure map, in red is the proposed outline of the 2560 spacing unit and an orange 3-well cross-section, including the type log that's the middle well in this particular exhibit.
Moving on to Exhibit 4. Describe the contents of Exhibit 4, including the reservoir properties.
Exhibit 4 is 3-well cross-section. The type log in this particular case is the middle well, the Watson B N34-11-1H. like our previous exhibits. The template's very similar to gamma ray, resistivity, and then porosity logs on the right. And then from that Watson B well, the table on the bottom is the reservoir properties for the Middle Bakken.
I would ask that exhibits 3 and 4 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Shivy, is Exhibit 5 any different than the other diagrams we've talked about today?
No, this is identical.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 6, discuss your proposed development plan.
Yes, Exhibit 6 here, we have a pad location lined out in the south part of Section 35. We'd be drilling south to north 5 wells, batch drilled and completed. Currently, this is on our drill schedule for Q1 of 2027. There'd be 550-foot setbacks laterally to the west and east. And I do the calculation here. This is 1,045 feet interwell spacing between wells.
And did you discuss the surface location?
Yes, that is bottom part of central part of Section 36. Or, I'm sorry, excuse me, Section 35.
And could that switch to the north?
This one, I believe, Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've been in discussions on this location here.
Yeah, we have options from either north or south on this one.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, the well economics you anticipate.
Yes, at the top part in the table are the ARPS parameter equations used for the type curve. GOR in the area of about 2.7 MCF per barrel yields an EUR for oil of 760,000 barrels per well and about 2 BCF of gas per well. DSU recovery factor calculated there is approximately 23%. Economics below in the second table, again, I've run it flat $60 WTI and $4 Henry Hub gas. D&C cost a little under $12 million with the assumed royalty rate of 20%. The 8/8 economics yields a net undiscounted income of approximately $26 million, a PV10 of $5.5 million per well, and then discounted return on investment of 2.15, internal rate of return 31% with a payout of approximately 28 months.
I would ask that Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, can you briefly walk me through what your the decision to put whether 4 or 5 wells in a section? In this case, you have 5. So I guess speak to this case.
Yes, you'll see a number. I don't know if all the other cases have been continued, but we've been going back between 5 and 4 in this area. It really is leaning towards now. We're asking up to 5, but in good faith, I'll tell you, we're probably only doing 4 wells in this DSU. If the cases haven't been continued, you will see different economics where I have slightly different type curves for 4-mile lateral or 4 wells in a DSU.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32405. Case number 32406. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bennett Creek Ranch Creek Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 26 and 35, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, and sections 2 and 11, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Kenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. The requested relief in this application 32406 was identical to the application that Burlington presented earlier today in case number 31982. And you've already heard that evidence, so we will withdraw case number 32406 at this time.
Any questions or comments from the staff? Okay, this case has been withdrawn. That concludes our hearing for case number 32406. Case number 32407. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Grassy Butte Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. Branches of the that may be appropriate. Case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32407. Case number 32408. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order extending and amending the applicable orders for the Charlie Bob Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 145 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit to grant each other relief. This may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32408. Case number 32409. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charlie Bob Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560-acre space unit described as Section 31, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and Section 6, 7, and 18, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief. This may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. The same 3 witnesses.
They're still under oath.
Okay, Mark, first of all, Phoenix has an abnormally large number of applications this month than what we usually do. And just to kind of break up the monotony a little bit, would you provide an explanation of the staff on Phoenix's strategy in doing so?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we have 3 drilling rigs, so we're looking at all of our acreage, and it's kind of scattered a little bit of everywhere, but we try to have concentrated positions in certain areas, and some of these areas that we've just neglected to space them because we've been busy in our core areas. But as those core areas that we've previously defined run out, we need to start moving into these other areas that have been unspaced by us.
And is it fair to say that you're trying to get out in front of the regulatory scheme so that you're not under such tight deadlines with your applications?
We're trying, but we have yet to get there yet, but we are constantly trying and evaluating to try to get ahead of this stuff. So yes.
Okay. I just thought the staff might be curious of what's going on. Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the contents of this application?
Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out regional map, the proposed spacing unit outlined in red. As you zoom into Exhibit 2, you can see that in more detail as Section 31 of 14698 and Sections 6, 7, and 18 of 14598. Currently, Phoenix owns a 47.9% working interest in this proposed unit. This has previously been spaced by Continental as a 3-miler. We just wanted to extend it that 4th mile and get into Section 18 where we had acreage. We have not heard anything from Continental that this was against their wishes, so that's why we're moving forward with this case and the next case to extend them to 4-milers.
And you would anticipate coordinating your efforts with Continental and other working interest owners?
We would.
Okay, and did you execute the gas capture affidavit in Exhibit 8?
I did.
I asked for the admission of Exhibits 1, 2, and 8.
Submitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, I thought I heard you say, well, first of all, you said you have acreage in 18. What do you have in 18?
209 acres. So when this was previously spaced by Continental, I believe it was earlier this year, maybe this first or second quarter, we were trying to work out deals with Continental to kind of swap out of our stuff to be in their 3-milers. None of that came to fruition, so we're still stuck with acreage in a lot of their 3 mile plan that we're trying to figure out how to drill.
So am I correct in that 31, 6, and 7 are currently in 1920?
That's correct.
And that was established by Phoenix?
Hold on one sec. It was. And then section 18 is a 3 miler of 18, 19, and 30 that Continental spaced earlier this year.
And those two orders were both entered on the same day?
I don't know that, but
they were.
Okay.
And so, what direct conversations have you had with Continental over this?
We haven't, other than when this was first being spaced by Continental, we were trying to trade things with them, and it never worked out. So we did not argue their 3 mile development plan in this area. We always had thoughts that, it kind of left some stuff stranded at the bottom of 145.98, where Phoenix has interest. So, we proposed if we get a 4 miler here, if they still want to do a 3 miler in this area, they can tack on the extra mile in the bottom. Sections 31 and 32. Both of these cases that were, this one and the next one are just right next door to each other.
So wouldn't it be best if we all three were having those discussions, or you two were having those discussions before we get to this point?
I mean, I agree with you, but we put it on the docket and we never hear from them. So, I mean, are they not worried about it, or, yeah, I mean, I see your point, but, everyone has the same docket that they're reading through, and if they don't,
the commission doesn't get into these circular games. You did not protest Continental's application.
That's correct.
And it's established as a spacing unit. And now you want to take part of their spacing unit without talking to them. So I'm going to recommend that this case be continued until they have time to have those discussions.
Any objection?
I would, Mark, you have any objections? I would suggest that you don't object.
I won't, but I'm saying they can read, they never reached out.
We're not getting into those circular arguments.
No.
If you wanted to protest Continental's application, you could have done so.
Yeah, and I was
and
in
they
trade
here to protest yours.
Okay.
So where are we at the end of the day if we just keep going in the circle?
Understood.
Okay.
Let me ask one follow-up question. Has Phoenix or someone from Phoenix attempted to discuss these issues with Continental?
Not this 4 miler plan as it currently is on this docket.
Yeah, I mean, I support what Mark is wanting to do here. I think it's best if these aren't brought to the commission to choose who's right and who's wrong in this case without having discussions between each company. So I support what Mark would like to do here. Thanks.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, this case will be continued to our January hearings.
And the next one.
Hearing for case number 32409. Before I call the next case, I'm going to ask, is the same issue present in the next case?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Then
and we ought to continue
agree
it
to
as
continue
well.
that as well?
Yes.
Which one is it?
I'll call it right now. Case number 32410, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charlie Bob Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit, described as section 32, township 146 north, range 98 west, and sections 5, 8, and 17, township 149 north, range 98 west, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32410. Case number 32126, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool to establish a laydown 2560 acre spacing unit, described as sections 14, 15, 16, and 17, Township 148 North, Range 91 West, done in McLean Counties, North Dakota, and authorize 8 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32126. Case number 31842, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Cottonwood Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, described as sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and to authorize 1 horizontal well to drill on such unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne again for Phoenix Operating LLC, and I have the same 3 witnesses that I have used in the prior hearings.
And they are still under oath.
And Mr. Examiner Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of both Oasis Petroleum North America LLC. And I also intend to have witnesses during my portion of the case. I believe it'll be Taylor Roberts and Nate Rutledge.
Okay, I'll swear them in when you.
Yep.
Attorney Thorne, you can proceed.
Mark, beginning with Exhibit 1, please describe the lands and relief anticipated in this application.
Exhibit 1 shows the zoomed out area of interest, proposed spacing unit. Exhibit 2, as you zoom in, you can see the 6 sections as sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23 of 159.92 in Burke County, North Dakota. Exhibit 3 zooms in even further. You can see the 6 sections. And currently in this proposed lease line application, Phoenix owns a 12.3% working interest. This is a case that we've done similar earlier this year, where we are just trying to establish a lease line well so we can put some currently unavailable federal minerals into a drainage situation, so they can start the process, so we can get those nominated and drill, a 3-mile unit, maybe a 4-mile unit of sections 11, 14, and 23 would be the 3-mile unit. We have been talking with Oasis about how to go about this for probably, this case has been continued for about maybe three times. We've been trying to get them to drill it, allow us to drill it. We have not ever been able to come to a resolution on that. So, although we've had positive discussions with them in lots of other areas, this is one that we just decided we needed to go forward with and get an answer to see if we can do something, because we do have acreage that will expire, so we'd like to know sooner rather than later.
And what sections is the federal acreage that you're interested in located?
It's in sections 11 and then all of 14 except the southwest quarter.
And they're currently unleased federal minerals?
That's correct.
And you want to create a situation where you can nominate those lands for lease?
Yes, if we could drill a lease line in the lease line corridor, that would get these into a drainage situation, which would put them on the clock to get nominated.
And did you execute gas capture affidavit Exhibit 8?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson. It asks that Exhibits 1, 2, and 8
and 3.
And 3. 1, 2, 8, 1, 2, and 3, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Nope, 9. We added.
Oh, you add 1? 9, excuse me.
1, 2, 3, and 9?
And 9. And he executed Exhibit 9, the gas capture affidavit.
Any objection, Attorney Mann?
No objection.
Exhibits are admitted. Any cross, Attorney Mann?
Yes. Mr. Johnson, do you know what Oasis working interest in your proposed spacing unit is?
I do not.
Okay. You've got some well sticks on your exhibit number 3. There's one in 1 and 2. Do you know who operates that well?
I do not know who owns in 1 and 2 that well.
You know who operates the well in 3 and 10?
Yeah, Oasis.
You know who operates the wells in 15 and 22?
Oasis.
You know who operates the wells in 26 and 35?
Oasis.
Okay. And Oasis does operate in 1 and 2 as well.
Okay.
Have you said you've communicated with Oasis with respect to this proposed spacing?
My coworker has, yes.
Okay. Do they support this?
They do not. Well, I believe they want to figure out a way to get the acreage in a drainage situation. They just don't necessarily like us doing it, but we can't get them to commit when they might do it either. So I would say they're not happy with us doing this, which is why you're here. But we need to get an answer of, can they drill it, or we can drill it, or can anyone do it? So
you're suggesting that they're supportive of this lease line?
No, they are not.
Okay.
Which is why you're here protesting it. So.
Okay. Are you aware of any others with interest in the proposed spacing unit that support what you're doing?
Not that I know of.
Okay. How would the process work that you've suggested that you believe you can get a well drilled that would result in drainage, and then you could get those interests leased? Is that in a nutshell what you're arguing?
Yes. I mean, so I don't have and we can supplement it a better drilling plan, but we would have a pad in the south of 23, drill along the lease, in our side of the DSU in 14 and 23. And when we got to the federal minerals, kick over to the west and, drill still in that lease line corridor of sections 10 and 15.
So to accomplish that, you first have to drill a well in the Oasis sections.
It would be in the lease line, but
it would have to be in 10, 15, and 22, correct?
A portion of the well would be in 10 and 15, yes.
Have you had any discussions with them with respect to how that would impact, additional wells drilled in those lines?
My coworker has. I mean, again, they're not in support of it. We're just trying to figure out if there's a way to. I mean, if there's going to be a lease line well there eventually, we would like to get that going so we can put these minerals into the drainage situation. Like I said, we've got leases that will expire. You can see on Exhibit 3, I mean, Oasis owns acreage all around there. No one's ever touched 11, 14, or 23 for this exact reason.
If I told you that Oasis had a working interest of greater than 50% in this proposed 3840, any reason to disagree with that?
No, sir.
Okay. So if Oasis operates all of these sections surrounding this 3840 have greater than 50% and they don't want this, why are we here?
Is there greater than 50% with the unavailable fed, or that's just with?
In the 3840.
Well, again, we have acreage in, sections 23 and 14 that we would like to see some activity here. I mean, and we believe getting this into a drainage situation will allow us in the future to drill 14, 23, and 11. Or at that point, Oasis could. We just want to figure out how we can get wells into that section. The easiest way is to do a lease line well so we can get that into the drainage situation. We've done this in another area that we're getting ready to drill. That's what we're trying to figure out, how to get our acreage drilled.
But you're not suggesting that this 3840 is the only way to eventually get those lands developed, are you?
It's the only way that we've thought of at the moment.
Have you discussed with Oasis at all how they would plan to develop this?
My coworker has. I've been on the calls, and the problem is nothing seems of imminent timing. So like they will talk to you about but it's nothing in the next 18 months that I can glean from them.
Just trying to figure out, with Oasis having greater than 50%, operating all the surrounding acreage, why Phoenix would be allowed to dictate what the spacing and development should be in this area.
Again, we want to see how we can get our acreage in 14 and 23 developed. I mean, and it doesn't look like Oasis is going to accommodate us in any way.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
So, Mark, help me understand. So you say you have acreage in 14. I assume you have acreage in the southwest of 14?
Yes, sir.
And do you have all of that?
I am not sure.
And then you have acreage in 23. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
You believe so, or you do?
Yeah. I mean, we have acreage in that proposed unit, yes.
In 23. And so that 23 is part of a stand-up 1920 currently. Is that right?
I do not know the answer to that.
I believe it is.
Consisting of what?
23, 26, and 35.
Okay. I'm not aware of that.
So the acreage that is potentially undevelopable at this time would be the southwest of 14.
That's correct.
And that has an expiring lease?
I believe so. I don't know the term of it. I just know that I would say most acreage does have expiring term. I would have to get the details of when that does expire, and I can supplement that.
Yeah, if you would, please. So I mean, just hypothetically, would Phoenix drill a lease line well to save less than 160 acres of minerals as a standalone well?
I believe so. It unlocked over 1,000 acres of federal acreage above it.
I assume we're going to find out, but if Oasis has greater than 50% of the spacing unit, and they don't want to drill it, how would Phoenix get the well drilled then?
To put that federal acreage in a leasing situation or drainage situation, I'm not sure. Maybe we'd have to drill along the south of the federal acreage, lay down. We're not in love with lay downs, but there probably is a couple other ways to do it. This just seemed the easiest way.
Yeah, I think so. 24, 25, and 36, that stand up 1920, is that Phoenix?
I don't believe so. Oh.
Looks like it might be Petrohunt. Is that right? 24, 25, and 36. It looks like it's not that important.
I believe that is a Petromont unit.
Yeah, so I guess if you could submit your leases in 14 and 23 and when they expire. And of course, there are other issues that are not insurmountable, but I mean the commission's policy is that you can't drill a lease line well till the base space units have been developed. That certainly might come into play here. Okay, thank you.
Mark, does Phoenix have any interest in 10, 11, 15, and 22?
I would have to, I don't know that off the top of my head.
So your proposed working interest is it says 12.3.
That's correct.
Is it all in 14 and 23?
I believe so, yes.
And then what's the reason that you would consider just working within that particular 2-mile area?
Well, let me introduce. 23 is space. 23 is, at this point, is off the table for development outside of 23, 26, and 35.
Oh, it's a 1920 with the section.
So I'd have to go in 14 and drill a 2-miler.
If Oasis proposes wells in this area, would Phoenix be a non-op participant?
Yes, we probably would be.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
You can proceed with the next witness. You can proceed with the next witness.
Oh, I'm up, aren't I? I'd like to call Mr. Topher Lewis.
He's Tondro.
Explain the structure map using Exhibit 4, please.
Yeah, Exhibit 4 is a geologic structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale. Again, in 20-foot contour intervals, and in this area, the structure is dipping to the southwest. In addition to the structure map, in red, you can see the proposed 3840-acre spacing unit outline. And the gold line represents the 3-well cross-section, including the type well, that's the middle well.
Okay, and then moving on to Exhibit 5, explain the contents of that exhibit, including the type log and the reservoir properties.
Yeah, Exhibit 5 is cross-section, on the 3-well cross-section up on the top from A to A prime. And the type log in this case is the middle well, which is the Berentzen 11-20H. And the template for the cross-section and the type log is the same that we've used for all our exhibits: gamma ray, deep induction, and porosity on the right. And then the table on the bottom are the reservoir properties from the Berentzen 11-20H that will be used for the volumetrics and the economics.
I have no further questions for Mr. Lewis and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Any objections?
No objection.
Exhibits are admitted. Any cross?
No cross.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed with the next witness.
Okay, Eric, moving on to Exhibit 6. Is this a similar exhibit to the others we have seen on wellbore diagrams?
Yes, it is. It's our 3-string design used in the basin. I will add, we usually complete 3-milers at 80 stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7A. Describe the well that is being discussed today.
Yes, where a proposed pad there is at the bottom part of Section 23. We'd be kicking out tangentially approximately 2,640 feet and drilling that lease line well that we've discussed right up the section lines. So it'd just be a single well again on this pad.
Okay, moving on to 7B. Assuming Phoenix is able to acquire the federal acreage that we're discussing today, what would be Phoenix's proposed development in 11, 14, and 23?
Yes, and this is Exhibit 7B, very aggressive development plan with Middle Bakken and Three Forks. But I understand this is not part of this application. But this is what we would intend to do with sections 11, 14, and 23 once the federal acreage were to be nominated.
And acquired.
And acquired. Fair enough, yes.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, discuss what you would anticipate the well economics to be.
Yes, top table is our type curve parameters. Little lower IP we find in this area on shallower decline. This one well would yield about 520,000 barrels of oil and 820 MCF of gas. And the economics are given below. Again, as I previously testified, $60 oil, $4 Henry Hub gas, 10 million DNC cost. Assuming an 8/8 royalty, 8/8 economics with a 20% royalty, it's a PV10 of approximately 2.7 million, an internal rate of return of 23%, payout of approximately 45 months.
I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record. Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted. Any cross?
Yeah. Mr. Shivy, on 7A, where would this well be located with respect to the section line?
The section line, we're planning right down the hard line between 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23. So like strictly a pure like lease line well, if you will. We would be open to like shifting that, further into sections 23 in the southwest part of section 14, and then maybe kicking over a little bit into 11 and 15.
With that unleased federal in 11 and 14, can you drill it?
No, we cannot, sir. The western part there, we cannot drill into that.
So I'm confused then. So how far off of the section line is the wellbore going to be?
Okay, so let's talk like in 10 and 15, we would be proposing like 100 to 150 feet to the west of that hard line.
Into 10 and 15?
Into 10 and 15, sir, yes.
Okay. So looking at 7B, your hypothetical there, like
very hypothetical, yes.
If that worked, that works great for 11, 14, 23. You got these, interwell distances that work for you. What does it do if you stick your lease line well 150 feet into 10 and 15? What impact does that have on 10, 15, and 22, that development?
That would be impactful to understand at 10, 15, and 22. With, if Oasis wasn't planning a lease line, that would impact development. I understand that.
Yeah. Have you considered that on the impact of doing that to the correlative rights of the owners in 10 and 15?
No, sir, I haven't.
And you haven't discussed with Oasis what impact that would have on their ability to fully develop 10 and 15 and 22?
I personally have not.
And then it's my understanding that you want to drill this well before there's any development in 11 and 14 and 23, correct?
Correct.
And that well that you drill, that section line well, that would share, like all 6 sections would share that production?
Correct.
Okay.
As proposed by us.
You'd be draining oil from 11, 14, 23?
Yes, we would, as it is defined by the laws as a lease line well, yes.
Before they have any opportunity to drill their own well or develop in their sections?
Correct. Yeah.
Can you explain how that protects correlative rights?
For us, we're really trying to put, as Mark testified, 11 and 14, since they're not available to lease, we're trying to put that in a drainage situation so they can be nominated and leased.
But your well would be draining their oil and then sharing it with all those other sections.
Correct.
And before they would have had any opportunity to drill their own well and produce their own oil.
Yes.
So I really don't understand how that protects correlative rights. It seems like it does not protect correlative rights.
I would just say, like, we'd be developing oil in all 6 sections and sharing it equally between the working interest parties.
And then, so you'd be developing a surface location facilities to drill just a single well.
Single well with the anticipation, sir, if we got that, we'd be able then to fully develop more 3-mile laterals going into 23, 14, and 11.
There's no guarantee that Phoenix is going to get that leasehold, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It would just be put up for nomination, but then we would have to, get that.
So is it efficient, economic to build the location for a single well?
For a single well, ideally, no. No, I agree with you. We are planning this scenario for future development.
And then if you have another operator that essentially has all of the existing wells, controlling working interest in the entirety of the surrounding area, does it really make sense for you to come in, put in a single pad and drill a single well?
The idea is we're putting ourselves at risk, but we would want to be getting sections 11 and 14.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Not really a question, but I wanted to point out, Eric, on Exhibit 7B.
Yes, sir.
The way the spacings are set up now, there's no room for 3 mile wells north and south. Because 23 is currently in a 1920.
I understand. That was just brought to my attention today.
Okay.
I did not realize 23 was in spaced already with 26 and 35.
Okay, thank you.
Oversight.
Eric, when would you guys want to develop this well?
This well, honestly, I think the earliest for us on our schedule would probably be Q4 of 2026. So about this time next year, a little earlier.
Is there a reason for that time frame?
No, just that's when kind of our drill schedule was established until that point, and the earliest we'd probably get moving a rig up here, and again, to as Mark said, to preserve our leasehold. We'd like to drill, rather sooner rather than later. But that would probably be the earliest opening for us.
So maybe Mark asked this earlier, but Mark, do you guys have near-term lease expirations in this acreage?
Yeah, I'd have to get that data and supplement it in 14 and 23.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, on your Exhibit 7B.
Yes, sir.
Your proposed Three Forks wells, would those be first bench or second bench targets?
They would be first bench, and honestly, we didn't include any geologic parameters on that. I felt like, we're just testifying here today for the that lease line well, but I was just kind of generally showing how this could be aggressively developed. And I'll be honest on record, I mean, it's tough for Three Forks in this area at current oil price.
Totally.
But this would be like a very hypothetical, full design if we were to get full DSU design, if we were allowed to be drill this lease line well.
In all likelihood, if you were to do it tomorrow, you'd probably be drilling Middle Bakken.
If this would, I would say yes, on the record, yeah. We would not be drilling Three Forks in this oil price environment.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Thorne, any redirect?
Yes, I do. Is there any reason why Oasis could not drill a well in 10, 15, and 22 if this application is approved?
Oh, that's directed to me?
Yes.
Tom.
From an engineering standpoint, they could develop that acreage if they chose to.
10, 15, and 22, sure. I can't speak for them, but that's their acreage, yes.
And the approval of this application wouldn't inhibit them developing 10, 15, and 22?
I think the earlier question, if we were to put a lease line into their sections 10 and 15, it could impact them, Tom. It could. I'll summarize it this way, very simplistically. Maybe lose a stick.
Okay. But if they drilled there, you could put a lease line well closer to the lease line and still achieve your objectives, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The western setback, between 100, 150 feet, something like that, if we were allowed.
Okay. No further questions for Mr. Shivy. And I think I already asked for his exhibits to be admitted. Yes. If I didn't, I'll do so now.
Yep, they were admitted. Anything further? Attorney Mann, do you want me to swear any witnesses now?
Yeah, one sec, if I just get I got some exhibits too.
Okay.
Hand out real quick. So.
Yeah, we're good.
Mr. Examiner, it's going to be Taylor Roberts going first.
Okay. Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Rutledge, yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Taylor, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Taylor Roberts, Senior Staff Landman with Cord Energy, business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Taylor, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as an expert with respect to land matters?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with Phoenix's proposed 3840?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Roberts be received as an expert.
Motion granted.
And Taylor, let's, I guess we can look at L1 first, just kind of describe what we're looking at here.
Sure. L1 regional locator map of the proposed application of section 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, 23 of 159 North, 92 West.
And then moving on to L2, so the spacing unit, the 3840 that Phoenix is proposing here, what is Oasis' working interest in this 3840?
Working interest of 52.82%.
Okay. And then moving on to L3, just kind of walk us through that breakdown of those underlying spacing units that I guess that you operate to kind of make up portions of 3840.
Sure. Sections 3 and 10 outlined by the solid blue box. Cord has an estimated working interest of 72.9%. The red box outlining sections 15 and 22, estimated working interest of 52.6%. And then sections 23, 26, 35 of 159.92 outlined by the purple box, working interest of 62.5%.
Okay. And I just want to confirm that I was correct on when I was discussing with the Phoenix witnesses. So that well in 1 and 2, is that an Oasis well?
Correct.
And 3 and 10, that's Oasis well?
Yes, sir.
And 15 and 22, those are both Oasis wells?
Yes, sir.
26 and 35, also Oasis wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at L4. So have you communicated with other working interest owners with respect to this particular 3840?
Correct. Yep. Spoken with the owners listed there outside of Holding Oil and Gas, which is listed as TBD. Okay. And all of those parties have signed a letter of opposing this proposed 3840.
Okay. Let's see. I think that's all that I have for Mr. Roberts at this time. I'd offer the land exhibits. And Mr. Examiner, I don't know if it's necessary, if the commission would like it, but we do have the letters from the owners that are reflected in the table. If you want those in the record, we could submit those, but I don't know.
Well, Wade, I think the commission in a contested case would want the letters.
Sure. And I brought them along too, and I can go ahead and just hand out those. And Mr. Examiner, I don't have them marked with a exhibit number, so if we could just identify them as L5, I think that would be best.
And you offered the other land exhibits?
I think if I haven't, I'd like to offer them now,
Okay.
including these.
Attorney Thorne, any objection?
No, I don't.
Okay, the land exhibits and the letter are admitted. Attorney Thorne, any? Attorney Thorne, any cross?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Taylor. How are you?
Doing well, Tom.
Have you personally been involved in any discussions with representatives of Phoenix regarding the proposed lease line well?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that the parties have not been able to come up with any solution that would address the federal acreage in 11 and 14?
Correct.
Would you move to Exhibit L3?
Yes, sir.
Calling your attention to the spacing unit in 3 and 10. Do you know if Oasis has any plans to develop 3 and 10?
3 and 10 has been respaced to 3, 10, 15 as part of order number 34667.
Well, then that leads to the question, do you anticipate drilling wells in 3, 4, and 15 pursuant to the new spacing order?
If I could interject here so we don't go down the wrong path, as I understand it, 1, 2, and 3 are laid out 1920.
Yeah.
And 10, 15, and 22 are stand-up 1920.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. Thanks for the catch there.
Okay, then let's address the spacing unit 10, 15, and 22, which is not depicted on Exhibit L3. Does Oasis have any intentions to drill in 10, 15, and 22?
Yes, sir.
And do you know when you anticipate drilling those wells?
I think that's a better question for our engineer who's going to testify.
Okay. Then I will ask the same question regarding 23, 26, and 35. Does Oasis anticipate developing those lands?
Yes, sir.
And do you know when on those lands to be developed?
I think I'd have the same answer for you, Mr. Throne, as an engineer. Would be better.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Roberts.
Any questions from the staff? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Rutledge,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Nate, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Nathan Rutledge, I'm the Director of Development Planning at Cord Energy, which Oasis is a wholly owned subsidiary. Business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Nate, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering and kind of development related matters associated with the Phoenix's spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Rutledge be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Nate, let's start with E1, and I guess you can kind of address some of the questions right off the bat that Mr. Throne had for Taylor with respect to development. Why don't you go ahead and kind of walk us through what your plans are there?
Certainly. On this slide here, we're highlighting the 1920s that have been a conversation, at least so far here. Also, the 1920s within 10, 15, and 22, and 23, that's 26 and 35. Have those annotated as a DSU B and DSU A, and that'll be a reference to the next exhibit. So just want to point that out initially here. We do have plans to develop these. However, they're not on an immediate drill schedule to answer that question out of the gate. I wouldn't see us developing these any sooner than 2028 at this point, but somewhere around that time frame would be a reasonable assumption for spud.
Okay. And
further on for development, we are planning 4 wells per unit, which was outlined in those cases that we presented for each of these. We are planning a common battery here, so we would have a drill pad for the DSU consisting of 23, 26, and 35. I would flow line that over to the pad, and we would develop 10, 15, and 22 on in order to have a more efficient development.
Okay. And it's kind of tied to this map, and I think maybe you'll address it with E2 and we can go over there. But what sort of impact would putting a well, like a lease line well, 150 feet into 10 and 15 have on your development?
Certainly. We believe that well would be unnecessary and would ultimately create tighter spacing or too dense of spacing in the unit of 10, 15, 22, and also 23, 26, and 35, ultimately harming the capital efficiency of the full unit development there. I think there's previous testimony that stated that one of the alternatives would be then to drop a well. That would probably be another alternative to consider. Except in that sort of scenario, we'd be concerned that we'd be able to get full recovery and ultimately leave a resource behind if we had to drop a well to accommodate a lease line well like this.
And that could create waste?
Indeed.
Okay. And then with respect to, I briefly addressed it with Mr. Shivy, but what about like some of the efficiencies, developing, kind of full development plan like you have shown versus trying to, do a one-off, a single well in this area?
Certainly. E2 will highlight that table on that with some cost considerations. When we develop single well pad, it is substantially less efficient than a multi-well pad development, as well as a large common battery development. We're commingling multiple DSUs together. Cost savings would include the pad and facility costs that could be allocated to more wells, thus reducing the individual per well costs. We would see the same thing for mobilization costs for drilling rigs. And also a large cost would be the completion cost. With a single well development, you're called to stack frac, which is a much slower and therefore more costly completion procedure than what we would be able to utilize with multi-well pad development, simul-frac. Simul-frac is growing in popularity and is much more efficient and thus much less costly than a completion.
Okay. Let's move on to like the next page of the E2 that has the map figure, and as Mr. Bohr pointed out, what Phoenix has proposed with the 3 miler, getting that developed, that's not possible with our existing 1920 and section 23. So have you given some consideration and thought to what a better plan of development for that lost wood acreage would be?
Yes, we think it'd be better to approach that as laydowns going into the area that's highlighted there, consisting of 11, 12, and 7, and then another laydown 19 of 14, 13, and 18, but ultimately be more efficient and allow more access to that area. Provided we could get off lease locations, one would be able to develop that entire area without having to have any surface impact in the wildlife refuge itself. Ultimately, we think that's a better approach here in this situation than the stand-up that would try to only force the nomination or the lease of 11 and 14.
Okay. And Nate, if the commission, were to approve this and then allow a well to be drilled, that section line well, prior to any development in 11, 14, or 23, do you view that as protecting the correlative rights of those owners?
No, I do not.
Okay. So that's all the questions I have for Mr. Rutledge at this time, and I would offer the engineering exhibits.
Any objection?
No objections.
Exhibits are admitted. Any cross?
I do have a few questions. Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, I think I heard you right, but I could have missed it. Did you say you anticipate developing the wells on Exhibit 1 in 2028? Did I get that right?
No sooner than 2028.
No sooner than 2028, okay. Let's talk about the spacing units on 1, 2, and 3, the horizontal ones to the north. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you think there's any possibility that the well in the southernmost part of that spacing unit could arguably cause a drainage issue with 11, 12, and 7? Or 11, 12, and 14, the lands we're talking about?
Could a well in sections 3, 2, and 1 create a drainage issue with 11, 12, and 7?
Or 11, 12, and 14, the lands that Phoenix would like to get nominated?
I don't believe so, no, not if everyone's utilizing the standard setbacks.
And how about the wells in 10, 15, and 12? Do you think they could create a drainage issue?
If we were to develop it concurrently with the lease line, is that the question?
No, as you've got proposed here without the lease line.
No, I do not anticipate a drainage issue as we have in our optimized development plan.
And you indicated that you thought the best way to develop these lands for 11, 12, and 7 would be a horizontal spacing unit, including those lands?
Ultimately, yes, provided those unleased federal lands could be leased at some point.
And do you have any plans or anticipated methods to get those leases nominated for leasing?
We do not currently have plans to, although the method for doing it, I believe, would be to drill a lease line well along 3, 10, 7, and the southwest portion of 6, be special spacing there, along with 10, 11, 12, and 7, to have a unit, a spacing, overlapping space unit of those laydowns. And that would provide that when we come in to develop 3, 2, and 1, that lease line could be developed. Now, we don't see that as the same reasons as we don't see it down there. We don't see that as part of the optimal development plan at this time. But that would be the method for doing it.
Okay, I missed the spacing units that you said would be the method to create an opportunity to lease the unleased federal acreage. Would you please repeat that? I missed it.
Yeah, lease line well consisting of sections 3, 10, 2, 11, 7, 12, and then in the neighboring townships, the other 6. And the only the southwest portion of 6, which is not federal.
Okay, and that event would not occur sooner than 2028.
No.
It probably could very easily be later than 2028, couldn't it?
Potentially, oil is 55 right now.
And is the drilling schedule for 23, 6, and 35 the same, no sooner than 2028?
Generally speaking, yes. We're developing this region of the basin from north to south, and development is planned in 2026 and 2027 south here. Likely around 2028, 2029 is when we'd be in this region.
I have no further questions for Mr. Rutledge.
Any questions from the staff?
Nathan, on your hypothetical E2, that certainly would appear that that is the best way to develop that acreage, I would agree. But how does that get accomplished? Yes, assuming Oasis wanted to do that, how does this get accomplished?
So it's describing a lease line corridor previously of sections 3, 2, 11 in the southwest portion of 6, and then 3, 11, 12, and 7, or probably the northwest portion of 7, to try to have a somewhat equivalent spacing unit. That would, then you would drill the well outside of the unleased federal, that is the kind of this magenta color in the exhibit. So it'd be on the north end of that. You could drill a lease line well there, which would then, according to this tactic, which I don't have a strong opinion whether that would work or not. We haven't really seen an example of doing this where you would pull all those sections together. Then those sections would then be put up for auction according to some federal rule that currently exists. And then that would no longer be unleased federal. And then once that's unleased federal, you could then develop 11, 12, and 7. And presumably, if the commission would allow a lease line well along a undeveloped, a neighboring undeveloped 1920, and could do that again, you could kind of work your way south from there, repeating the process to develop 14, 13, and 18. Now, we're not asking for that at this time, of course.
No. Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay, Attorney Throne, we have some supplements.
Yes, I believe we need a supplemental land exhibit explaining the expiration dates for the fee leases in 14 and 23.
Okay, how about a week from today, 12/24?
Does that work for you, Mark? Or would you like another week?
Any objection? So we'll go to December 31st?
Yes. Does that work for you, Mark?
Okay. Any objection to that, Attorney Malin?
No objection.
The record will remain open in this case until December 31st. What's that? Want to make final comment? Good.
So if Oasis does not want this spacing unit and Phoenix cannot operate the spacing unit, presumably, do you guys want an order denying it?
Yes.
That question was directed towards Phoenix.
Well, to be abundantly clear.
Okay.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31842. Moving to the supplement. Case number 31928. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and Section 1, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31928. Case number 31929. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Establish 2 overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24 and sections 2, 11, 14, and 23. Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24. Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31929. Case number 31930. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully and or Haystack Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre space unit described as sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 148 North, Range 99 West, and sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. The case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes hearing for case number 31930. Case number 31977. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bully and or Haystack Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36. Township 148 North, Range 99 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, sections 1 and 12, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, in Section 6 and 7, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes hearing for case number 31977. Case number 32301. Application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sheep, Butte, Bach, and Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 15 and 16, Township 148 North, Range 103 West, within the Sheep, Butte, Bach, and Pool. 2. Establish an overlapping laydown 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 14, 15, and 16, Township 148 North, Range 103 West. And authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our January hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32301. Case number 32303. In the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the confiscation of all production-related equipment and sale of oil at the Peterson 43-4R well, northeast-southeast quarter, Section 4, Township 161 North, Range 81 West, North Max Bass Field, Button County, North Dakota, operated by James M. Peterson, LLC, or any working interest owner pursuant to NDCC 38-0804, 38-08-04.9. All interested parties, please come forward. Note for the record that no one has appeared in this case. Does the staff want to make any comment?
Yeah, I'd like to request that the well file be made part of the record and to take administrative notice of the inspection notes for this well.
Both requests are granted. That concludes our hearing for case number 32303. Case number 32304. In the matter of hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the confiscation of all treating plant-related equipment and sale of oil at the Bullinger Treatment Plant Facility, located in the northeast southwest quarter of Section 30, Township 142 North, Range 96 West, Russian Creek Field, Dunn County, North Dakota, operated by TD Services, LLC, or any working interest owner pursuant to NDCC 38-08-04, 38-08-04.9. All interested parties, please come forward. I will note for the record that no one has appeared in this case. Any comments from the staff?
I'll request that the facility file be made part of the record and to take administrative notice of the inspection notes for this facility.
Both requests are granted. That concludes the hearing for case number 32304. Moving now to case number 32286, originally scheduled for the administrative docket, but we have received objection. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC pursuant to NDAC 43-02-03-88.1 for an order allowing production from the following described wells. M. Johnson 27-26-25 1HF-LL, sections 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, Township 159 North, Range 101 West. M. Johnson 27-26-25 2HF, M. Johnson 27-26-25 3HF, M. Johnson 27-26-25 4HF, M. Johnson 27-26-25 5HF, sections 25, 26, and 27, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, and M. Johnson 27-26-25 6HF-LL, sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 36, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, to be produced into a central production facility located in the northwest-southwest quarter, Section 27, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Zoll Field, Williams County, North Dakota, allowing for a test procedure for each well of a minimum of 48 hours per month pursuant to NDAC 43-02-03-48.1, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. I have one witness available for questioning if necessary, and that's Mark Johnson, and he appears in person.
Any questions from the staff? And Alan Christensen from DMR has appeared. Are you appearing in this case? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. You can proceed.
Okay. In your guys' procedure, can you just outline your guys' 48-hour tests?
I mean, so this is our typical bulk test setup where one well is constantly running through test that is metered, and then on a 48-hour basis, once a good test is established, those results are put into our production accounting system. The other wells are running through the bulk system, and each 3-4 days, whatever it is, a different well is in test, and there's always a well in test, and this allows us to allocate properly. It's the same system we've been using at Phoenix since we started, and at numerous other companies that I've been with also.
So you guys run multiple tests a month for each well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you guys believe that accurately allocates production back to each well?
We do.
Okay. That's all I have.
I'll note that we have received a letter from Dwight Eichen on behalf of Robert Enyon and Donald Enyon. Are you aware of this letter, Attorney Brown?
I am aware of this letter, and I would like you to put on the record on ask if either of them are here.
Are either Robert Enyon or Donald Enyon or Attorney Eichen present? Having received no answer, I assume they are not here.
Yeah.
Would you like to object to the letter?
No, I won't object to the letter. They can.
Okay. The letter will be made a part of the record in this case. And with that, that concludes our hearing for case number 32286. Case number 32339, in the matter of the application of Pride Energy Company for an order barring Phoenix Operating LLC from assessing a risk penalty against Pride for the drilling and completing of the Marshall 13-24-1H well, Marshall 13-24-2H well, Marshall 13-24-3H well, and Marshall 13-24-4H well, all located in the spacing unit described as all of sections 13 and 24, Township 144 North, Range 94 West, Murphy Creek, Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32339. That concludes our hearings for the day.